Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm... I'm always stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I don't know why my brain wanted to say it's been a while, but it's not. I literally streamed yesterday. Hope you're doing good. I... for sure am feeling much better today. Honestly, yesterday me talking about all those stuff actually helps, it does help me with processing my thoughts a little bit, so that definitely helps a lot. That definitely helps a shit ton, actually. So, I'm glad. And then, it's also because of that, yesterday I was talking about a bit of stuff as well. I got a little bit braver, I guess? Yeah, I got a little bit braver, and I reached out to... I reached out to 2 person. I know it's not a lot, but I reached out to 2 person, and they were very nice to me and very understanding with my situations and stuff. Right? So it does make me feel like I'm valid, you know? It does make me feel like the feelings that I felt was very valid as well. I am trying my best to process everything that's going on. I don't think I'm hiding from it anymore, or like at least for the last 2 years that I've been trying to hide from whatever that's happening, or whatever that happened, right? So if you need, I can fight Bracky to make you feel... Why fight Bracky though? No, Bracky precious, don't fight Bracky. Also, hi Magpie, hi Zeus. You know what, true, I don't know much of this stuff as well. It might help. It might, but I also don't want Bracky to get hurt. You know, as a cool dog, I think you're pretty big, so... Bracky big, but I don't think it's as big as... Oh, maybe it's almost the same as Zeus and Bracky. I don't know. I'm not even gonna pretend that I know that I know both of your sizes, yeah? There should be a cost. Well, the cost doesn't have to be other people getting hurt. No? Oh, I don't want people to get hurt. What? Yeah, but definitely though, I'm feeling much better, and somehow I feel lighter today. I mean, of course, this morning I have to like adjust myself a little bit as well, right? So, this morning when I wake up, yeah, I'm still a little bit unstable, but I feel I can say for 100% sure that I'm feeling way better than the past few days, definitely. Feels like a huge stone has been lifted from my heart. Don't know if that makes sense, but it kind of makes sense to me. Hi, Akko. Hello, Akko. Akko, Finn.
Yep.
Hi, Selik. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. It is Saturday here, so hope you're having a nice weekend. Nice weekend. I kinda like weekend, but at the same time I kinda don't like weekend. But then again, I feel like every day is the same for me. I don't know. I feel like not every day is the same for me. I like weekends. I take everything back. I like weekends. I was about to go sleep. Well, sleep good, Akko. I like sleep too. Last night I finally had a nice sleep without I didn't cry myself to sleep last night. I think that's a win in my book. Monday still suck. Can't deny that. Monday still suck. Monday truly suck. Call it. So yeah, I mean not last night, but yesterday I played a little bit of Guild Wars 2, and I kind of like it. Kind of. If I can travel around faster with the raptor mount, then I'll like it. But once the raptor mount is gone, then I can't say for sure, honestly. But for now, we'll see, right? I will play more Guild Wars 2 today. Hopefully, I'll like it and I won't fall asleep. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Well, I already gave it a try, but I'm gonna play more. Give it a more in-depth try. Right. Guild Wars 2 was fun until they removed all your builds. Huh? How did they remove the builds? Did they like remove your skill points or anything? I mean, that sounds bullshit, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, also a little bit of unrelated note, right? That's the word. I was playing Monster Hunter Wilds about 2 days back, and I think I found a mod where it can disable the entirety of post-processing, and it actually makes the game run well, albeit the game runs like, albeit the game looks like shit. But the game does run pretty well with minimal stutter. So maybe I can go into free challenge and try to fight that arch-tempered Jin the Hutt at some point? Not today though. They nerfed everything until it wasn't viable because they only wanted people to play damage and crit berserker builds. That's a bummer. I mean, I like going up close and personal and not die and just stand in front of them and just not die. I like tank essentially. But that's just sad though. Hi Nick. Hello Kobo friend. We call pocket. Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, I opened up Guild Wars 2, there we go. Guild Wars 2 merch store and I saw some dragon stuff. Wait a minute. I'm looking at Guild Wars 2 merch store. Skate deck? What? Sky scale lithograph. Oh my god, these things are expensive as fuck. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this without like let you guys see. Visions of Eternity. Look at the dragon though. So you're telling me that Guild Wars 2 is some cool looking dragons? But then again, it's like for most MMOs, you don't see the dragons until like endgame or some shit. So, it's a cool mug. Tekken. And 4 payments with 0 interest for Klarna. Is there actually something like this that's nice? Like, increment payments without interest? Like, non-personal? Tekken. Oh, Tekken. Hi, Ixie. Tekken. It's kind of scary though. Tekken. Open this. I'll switch off the. I'll close the music. I'll close the music. Yeah. Okay, there we go. See, I have 2 characters. Payments on the 22 mug, right? That's even more absurd. I mean, if it's like 3-digit payments, then you've paid pizza by installments. Oh, and that works? They don't have any like interest for you? Because I figured that whenever there's like paying in increments multiple times, there will always be some sort of installments or in some sort of like some sort of interest. Yeah. Can I hide here? I'm hiding here. There's interest, especially if you miss a payment. See, that sounds more about right, I feel like. PayPal lets me pay over 3 months with 0 interest. PayPal? Holy shit. I'm a little surprised, to be honest. Oh, although it surprised me to know like there are monthly payments with no interest. Burn falls with every attack. Activate, you and your allies inflict burning on your next attack. Oh. Currently it's a big issue in the US that buy now pay later is coming up. Yeah, aren't people going to be like, I'm just gonna get this item in advance and I'll pay you later, and then what if they just runs away? It's a chance that might happen. Like, you cannot say for sure, alright? Would look. Oh yeah, I have chain of command here now. But there's also a lot of things I can do here now. Yeah, there's one here. Defend the Iron Legion fort from Flame Legion. There's just so many Legion stuff that I don't know what's going on here. How much money to go here? 9 copper? I have? Well, I have a lot of money. They're trying to get around credit laws by using different words. I saw a video explaining like why are banks like encouraging cashless payments, because they'll always have like a bit of charges whenever you use a payment once. So like when you use a cash note, it will still be that value, right? But when you use cashless payments, you essentially are using a bank service, and it will always charge you 1.5% every time you use the service. I think that's bullshit, actually. I mean, it's true, and it's bullshit on the bank, but I hate it. Protect the containment. Oh, what's going on? Invulnerable? Oh, oops.
Might makes sense.
Am I doing it? The fees are usually paid by the seller, but sometimes the seller push the fee to the customer. Right? You cannot say for sure, so... Banks hate when sellers do that because they expose to scummy tactics. Exactly, because banks are scums. They're legal... legal scammers. The tactics are just actual scum. I hate it. Why? Oh, did they just hit everyone? Holy shit. Oh, there's a lot outside. Wow, I think I'm cool. Hero points? Psychomantis? Psychomantis?
For Iron Legion.
Nobody.
See you.
I'm Squid Scarier Bugs.
Teaching hard lessons to the enemy. Yeah.
Yup, 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 yup. I'm dragon mama. Hello. Uh-oh, I think my hand tracking died. I think I can I can use hand tracking when I play this game. That's on me. I want no hand tracking, but hi dragon mama. Is this a weapon that I can use? Oh, it's a two-handed sword. Is it? Great steam blade. Kobo didn't play more. I'm willing to give this game more time to try. Since I only spent like a few hours yesterday, so if I say that I don't like it, would be a very unfair. Yeah, would be very unfair actually. So I'm willing to give it more try. Torch? I just realized all my damage has fire damage. I don't know if I want to try shield. Also, hope Drake and Mama is doing good. I forgot if I even said that at all. I need a salvage kit. I started re-downloading, but I couldn't play before work. Oh, yeah, I mean, I kind of left this game to download for overnight. Because, holy hell, the download is a lot of downloads. Gun? Shoot target with a hidden pistol while evading backwards. Land on the battle roar, giving might and fury to nearby allies. Shrapnel mine? Bleeds and cripples foes. I mean, this is good, no?
Anger rising.
There's more merchant here.
For Iron Legion.
Do you sell salvage kit? Ghost bomb? Double kit consume, double kit bomb? No one sells salvage kit. Turkey going doing alright, just frustrated with people. Oh fuck. I understand how that feels. Oh crap. I'm sorry I have to deal with that. Not gonna go into it too much, but some people close to me are acting like children and making all my problem. Oh no, that's even worse. I'm so sorry I have to go through that. Fuck. Blueberry bush? Look at this hero that stands before you and let him be your inspiration. Are you a fierce shot bane of the Flame Legion? Led us to freedom from religious tyranny. We owe him everything we are. Don't know about that, child. Oh my god, there's Behoppin? There's Behop? Oh yeah, there's scouts here. Okay. Yep. Hi, Evie.
A soldier is only as good as her training. Our frontline troops need to
Hope
be the
Evie's
best.
doing good.
So we've set up a fighting pit to test our soldiers against the beasts of the region. Do what you can to help train them.
I'm sorry, what? Capturing beasts and shit? Oh, it's down there.
The Legion calls.
Ashford Farm, soldiers can fight the fiercest enemies they are likely to face on the battlefield? Someone mentioned rifles. Guns? I've created a cruelty-free rifle that makes it easy to capture them unharmed. So if you wanna go back a few in the wild, take one of these rifles, just stun them and then nab them. I'll do the rest. Why not? I was trying new weapons. There you go. You should find a whole mess of the critters just southeast of here. Good luck, good hunting, and don't forget that rifle's a loner. Okay. So, do I capture these guys? Jump shot, net shot. Capturing them under 50% health. Oh, okay. Rifle, but blunderbuss, bleeding shot. So do I bleed this? And then capture? It's not being captured. What?
Respect your elders.
Am I not supposed to capture them? Guess I'll follow that guy. Is he capturing minotaurs? Am I supposed to capture this? Oh. Oh, I captured it. Oh, I'm supposed to capture this. Oh, okay. Thank you, friend. Whoever you are. Got him. I know what to do now. Ooh, there's a lot of salamander drake. Obstructed? What? The game knows about terrains and shit? Crazy. I guess I'm doing it right. I mean, yeah, I'm doing it right. Uh-oh, there's two of them. Oh no! I missed... I made a mistake. I didn't mean to kill one of them. Can I swim? Oh, I did it. You can absolutely swim? Oh shit. Oh, I can't swim. Ancient bust. Sculpture gave the human man a serious expression, piercing. Defeat the disturbed shade of Geraston the Protector? I guess I'll do it. Is it you? Oh. I don't know what happened, but... Rich copper vein? I can do more? Oh my god. There's so much shinies. I got so much shiny. I wanna use a mason shield, the classic. How is this shield level 14? Oh shit, I didn't even see. Well, guess I'm not using that. I need to mine more. Ancient flame? The flames inside the urn burns with unusual urgency, but there's no visible source of fuel. Ancient torch? The wall's sconce has survived the centuries, mostly intact. It still holds a torch that some previous intrepid explorer placed in it. So, does it hold any significance? I don't think it does. It's kind of human, yeah. Crypt? Can I go in? This dusty old crypt is the undetermined origin. Appears likely that it's a leftover from the days when human ruled Ascalon. Lake fish. Can I fish? What's this? Virtue of Resolve. Regenerates health, heal yourself and nearby allies. Oh, wow, okay. Few underwater towns and things. So there is underwater combat then? Oh, there is. Am I gonna drown? Whoa. Well, I definitely didn't expect to have underwater combat.
Might makes right.
Oh yeah, let's get this waypoint. Adoria waypoint? Got it. Oh. Oh, it's Leon. Hi, Leon. Wow, Leon. Happy New Year, Leon, even though it's like January 10th. $39? Mine's 41. Yeah, this thing sucks. I still don't see anyone selling salvage kits? Question mark? Heck yeah, hope you're doing good, Leon. Anyone here sell salvage kits? Oh, where am I? Master Huntsman? Master Tailor?
Need something.
Teach me to be an artificer. Huh? Uh-oh, what's going on? Hero challenge. Kits and tools. I found it. I am just been busy. Very understandable.
They say the rest of his band is still fighting rebels from Ebonheart.
Why isn't he dead too?
Good question.
Oh, it's a number like how many times I can use? I think this one I can use 25 times? So now I can just open up all of these. Or not. You found somebody? Yeah, I found the artificer. Also, hi Jameson. What now? I cannot salvage them. Oh. Oh. I cannot sell them as well, right? Yeah. Fuck. Well. So anything that's duty bound, I can just throw them away. Even this one as well, right? I think I have all the duty bound equipments. Duty bound Yeah. Yeah. I have boots, I have helmet, I have leggings.
Good hunting.
Safe space.
I'm feeling generous. I think I'll find someone who wants a lesson in Blood Legion ferocity.
Is it you?
Someday, I'll be an empirical.
Not me. I want to make
Guns and fire!
Practice makes perfect. Now get out of my sight.
Did I just level up from that? Oh my god. Oh. The game would give me Savage Kids event eventually? Wow. Concentration? Is this accuracy? I want power. Upgrade items improve your equipment's performance. Double click an upgrade and then click on the piece of gear with an unused upgrade slot to fuse the upgrade to the gear. Upgrade? Have you done a level 10 story quest? No. Separately break them down into crafting materials. Visit any city, find a master craftsman to learn a trade. Learning trades let you craft weapons or armor, even cook food that temporarily boost stats. Oh, man. Oh, okay, okay, okay. It's a big green star on the map, so this thing.
I'd have got here sooner, but my mother birthed me on the front line of the Cross Mountain.
Armor smithing. Oh, hey, that's another waypoint. Can't believe there's actually bunny hopping in this game. Jeweler, you are. Leather worker. Tailor huntsman, you are. Artificer, you are. Cooker? Chef, right. Cook. What the fuck is a cooker? Banker. Weaponsmith. And armorsmith? Yeah, armorsmith. So if I can only choose one, guess I'll be armorsmith, question mark? I mean, it's like needed, I guess. And then this is bang. Oh, bang bang. I have nothing. I have a lot of things though. What? What are all these? All types collected. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Wardrobe storage.
If I train hard at the Grar, and someday I'll be an empirical.
Not me. I want to make weapons. I'm going to build the biggest gun ever, and it'll kill all the dragons.
5 heavy shoulders.
Bet you can't catch me.
Light chest. Medium chest. Heavy chest. What? Oh. Stinky Bold? Thank you for the prime. Oh my god. Thank you, Zia. I like the name Stinky Bolt though. And also, welcome. And thanks for the prime. Unusable by profession. Zerstin Kaibold. That name feels a little bit hard for me to remember. But I'll try. Oh, Zerstinky Kaibold. Oh. Oh wait, it's very easy to understand now. Ah, it's Zerstin and then Keybold. Oh, Kaibold. Oh my god, what a name! It's so adorable. Zir is fine? Okay. Also hope you're doing good. I think I still sound a little bit on the... I still sound a little bit on the weak side, I think. I'm still trying to recover what happened, but I'll be fine.
My mother birthed me on the front lines across the mountains in the north. I was born in the Brand.
Oh,
They had me
wait.
6 months after I was weaned
Weapon
from her to get
skins?
me out of it. My sire insisted I continue to the city of
Outfit?
Mine too. I hear it's the best one
No
in the
outfit?
world.
No miniature? Gathering tool? Fishing tool? I'm bad to be honest. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully being here can help a little bit. Oh god. There's suddenly 10,000 things. I'm not too sure what to do. I guess I'll be armorsmith, question mark?
No free samples.
Train up new generation of armorsmiths? What can I craft as an armorsmith? Heavy armor, inventory boxes, and runes? Also, hi, Bad Gamer. Yeah, I mean, sounds good. You are now an armorsmith. Take your materials to an armorsmithing station and you can start crafting. Question about armorsmithing? How do I go about armorsmithing? To smith heavy armor, you'll need a pair. You need to pair two components with an insignia at an armorsmithing station. Armorsmithing station? Materials to craft with? Buy materials from me from the trading post or gather them from the resource nodes all over the world. Okay. Discover recipes for crafting. Experiment with components and discovery pane on an armorsmithing station to learn new recipes. I had to discover recipes on my own? That's kinda hard. Tell me about runes? Upgrade any power of your armor, increasing with each additional rune that you apply. See? I'm sick and every time I fall asleep I kinda suffocate. Oh crap, isn't like the runny nose problem and stuff? Been away for 56 hours? Ah crap, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm kinda... I hope you don't mind me butting, but I don't know if hot water helps, because usually when if I do suffocate when I lie down, I just... hot water helps for a little bit, I guess? Armorsmith. Hold an additional upgrade? Backpack. Cool. Oh, insignia. Amalgamated gemstone? Holy fuck, what the fuck am I looking at? Four possible known recipes? Or unknown recipes, add more compatible ingredients. Required rating? Oh. Molten silver. They all require high rating. What do I do? I guess it's still too early for me. Well, I guess I'm an armor smith now. And it says I have skill points.
Maybe we could be in the same war band.
That'd be mighty. I'm gonna call my war band the Kobo War Band.
I have no lemons, no honey or tea. Oh. Whoa. It's spirit training, spirit weapon training, signet training, meditation training. What am I looking at? Shout training?
My sire says that if I train hard at the Farrar, someday I'll be an imperator.
Not me. I want to make weapons. I'm going to build the biggest gun ever, and it'll kill all the dragons.
That's mighty. Bet you can't catch me.
Remove a condition from yourself every few seconds. Oh, that's a passive? Heal yourself and remove conditions. Oh, wait, passive is good, no? I like passive. Yeah. It grants you increased condition damage, immobilize and burn your target. Sure. Reduce all incoming damage. Isn't this a little bit OP, question mark? Grant resolution and protection to nearby allies while debilitating nearby enemies. Debilitating? Debilitating? Oh, don't know what that means, but I like passives. Improve power, knock down and damage your foe.
They say the rest of this war band.
Special skill points to level up and customize your build. Oh. Oh yeah, Zir. I hope you speedy recovery. Right. I mean, not much I can do to help. But I'll definitely wish you a speedy recovery. Go work, friend.
Yep.
So now I just have those passives? How do I use them though?
I'd have got here sooner, but my mother birthed me on the front lines across the mountains in the north.
I was born in the Brand. They had to wait 6 months after I was weaned before they could even get me out of there.
My sire insisted I be taken to the Citadel.
Dragon Hunter? Ew.
I hear it's the best one in the world.
Mount Trial. Oh. Food regenerates health. Consecutive attack causes burning. The arrows above you 1 through 10. You can change the in-use skills, I believe. Are they like good? Maybe it's here? Aquatic?
Maybe we could be in the same war band.
That'd be mighty. I'm gonna call my war band the Kobo War Band.
This one? Oh my god, it's so small. What? Oh, I can only choose one? Block duration 2 seconds. I mean, of course I'm gonna get all the signets because... Oh my god. Because signets has passives. Reduce all incoming damage or grant you increased condition damage. Reduce all incoming damage?
Not me.
Wait,
I want to make weapons.
this one, burn foes every few attacks, so this one's gonna help a lot, no? Increased condition damage plus this one is going to go nice. Well, I guess I'm changing this one as well. Boom. Okay. The tap. Oh, passive skills are amazing. Yeah, I always love passives in like games in general. There's a scout here. Oh, you can hold the button to jump further.
The German Priory is searching for artifacts in the ruins of Ascalon City, but the human ghosts that roam the area stand in our way. We do what we can to stop them from attacking us, but it is only a matter of time before they reappear, and we are only so many.
Weaponsmith?
Rip it out.
I'll put this straight on myself.
Eyes on your own business.
Wait, as a guardian I can use a staff? Staff is two-handed. Oh, trident? I can use a trident? And a war horn? No, weapon type unusable by a profession. No spear gun, scepter. I can use scepter. Oh, scepter is a one-handed. And a gun, no gun. Harpoon. Hammer. Hammer. No axe, no longbow, no short bow, no dagger. Focus? Focus? Yeah, it is a two-handed hammer. I'm gonna preview. Ooh, that's a big hammer. But it deals so less damage though. It's so interesting to know like guardians can use magic, question mark? Weird. I guess I'm gonna get them eventually. I don't think I want to spend too much money right now. Guns are fun to play with. Guns are always amazing. Maybe a biased engineer main. Hey, guns are nice. Engineer or not, I like guns. Why are you dead? Shoot and throw grenade. Explosions? Why are you pointing there? Okay. Uh-oh. Destroy the separatic roadblock? Too long, didn't read. Kill anything that's red names. Simple enough. Oh, do I have to destroy the catapults? You go for that one then, I'll go for this one. I thought that guy was cool. Oh, did it not do it? Yeah. Well, guess I got him. I thought they were going for that catapult. This one... Hero point? Oh, hero point is a skill point, right? It's this thing. Yeah, okay. Learning. I guess we go for that point immediately. That one, right? Ethereal Vanguard Monument. Okay. Butter. The old ruin letters read, the Ethereal Vanguard will challenge all who are worthy. If anyone's worthy to challenge some ghost, it's me. Okay. Oh, 4 of them. Wow, shit. Uh-oh. I'm good. Light torches to guide patrols and thin out ghosts and devast. So kill ghosts again? With? What the fuck? Hello, time waster. He just challenge who goes through a broken sword and then fish a broken sword. I guess the broken sword hates me now. Are you gonna run away? Yeah. Get fucked, I hate you. Captain? I'm getting a lot of like glitter. I don't know what they did. Copper ore? Oh, that's the copper ore sign? Okay. I don't see a way to... Cave troll? Are you protecting this cave troll of some sort? Copper ore, it's mine. Oh, they hurt. Oh. What happened? Am I dead? I just want to mine things. Get out of here. No gathering tool. Huh? Don't. Are you serious? It will break. Yeah. And now we have purple shiny, but I cannot interact with the purple shiny. Uh-oh. Protect the Bane warband. Excuse me, what? Sure, feels like they're gonna be fine. Oh my god, what is that guy doing? Oh, you can dual wield weapons? Yo, that's so cool. Wait, dual wielding looks so cool though. Oh. Oh wow, that was really fast.
It's about time that we clear this place out. Into the ruins!
I won.
Feel the pain.
Bonk Bam Boom. I love this guy's name. It's so perfect. I guess we have to stay close to them. The gathering tool runs out once again, get some bags, and I recommend carrying around a bunch of backup gathering tools. Well, now that I know they will get broken, yeah, I totally should. Uh-oh. Banner of Strength? Impossible to make out? Well, I didn't want to make out with a sword.
Take them out.
Oh,
That should shut him up for a while. You just had to say it, didn't you?
Grab your weapons!
Hold it!
The power of Ascalon is unimaginable.
Light 'em up!
uh-oh.
Oppose it and meet your doom.
Let's show this ghost how the Charred do things. Torch it!
Oh, fuck, okay. Always deal with the mages or the archer first in games like these.
If you fear defeat, this is not my death is my fate. I shall meet
Good thing someone else showed up to help. You two are worthless. Back to camp.
More hero points? Oh my god. Master work. Oh, that's 14. Okay. I have 6 points. Bane Signet. Improve power. Knock down and damage your foe. Improve concentration. Revive a nearby down ally. Revive a nearby down ally? Wow. Just straight up revives? I need 4? Oh my god, I need so much points. I guess we go back? Here? Okay. I need to buy more, gathering tools. What? They're back already? What the heck?
Might makes right.
Oh god, what happened? It's kinda nice that I can just keep getting like experience points like that. It gives quite a chunky amount too, and it's not just like a little bit. It was the artificer that sells them, right? Tailor, leatherwork, jeweler. Wait, where's the artificer? Oh, okay. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Copper mining pick, level 10. Iron level 10. Oh, iron level 10. Oh. Events are very nice for that, especially if you don't like PvP or dungeons with randoms. Leaves little options for leveling up solo. Yeah. I think I like dungeon. I kind of wish that I can do dungeon solo. But I'm not there yet, so I don't know if that's possible. Can I salvage these? Nope. I could probably sell them. Sell junk. Guess not. Use all. Tiny scale, tiny totem. Awesome. There we go. With the mount, I'm enjoying this game a lot, honestly. So now we finish this one, we go to this scout then, right? Oh, wait, can I go up at some point? Lake Adoria? Maybe from here?
I like mine fresher than that. Pull the hook with the head of my mouth and...
Hi, Brian. Oh. Oh, you cannot touch water at all? What's a vista? I mean, I know what vista is, but I don't know what vista is. Diving goggles? Oh, don't look at me. Why am I naked? Cringe Kobo. Oh my god, another Kobo. Hi. Hope you're doing good, and also hope Brian is doing good as well. If you right click a piece of gear, there's an option to unlock the skin, so you have to head for transmorging later. Maybe check the gear before you toss them. Oh, unlock skin. I cannot press this one now. Why am I naked? Oh, I'm not. Oh. I don't want to just jump down. Is that the Vista? Oh, from here maybe. Uh-oh. A vista is like a place with great view, I believe. Oh. Never know about that word before. Flame Legion Stalker? Oh my god, get one shot, that's stupid. Diving spots. Some diving spots are from crazy tall heights and some are hero spots point. A hero point spot too? Oh. Am I... Wait, no. Huh? Uh-huh. What? I'm so confused. What's going on? Oh, this fall damage. Fair enough. I got too close.
Might makes right.
Fire imp. Oh, there's the hero challenge.
Might makes right.
Wow, these guys hurt. Oh, I have to fight that thing, huh? Effigy core? The orb speaks as if imprinted with a memory. The new effigy is complete, but who would be foolish enough to help us test it? I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm okay, right? Yeah, I'm okay. Easy. Very, very nice. And then I should be able to go here, I think. Standard level 5? Yeah, no. Oops. Looks good. I like the raptor man. I cannot bear to think playing this game without the mount. Oh no. After 10 hours and then there'll be like my gameplay time then. Hi Sola. I'm do other get worse stuff tonight, sorry. No, it's okay, don't be sorry Sola. It's okay. Everything is fine. I appreciate Sola remembering that I play Guild Wars too. I cannot go up. Even my Repeater cannot jump that high. Oh. Why is the Raptor so adorable? It doesn't look like I can definitely go from here, but maybe from here? But it's so weird. Maybe V-Star is like really hard to get places. I want to do the green thing. Where's the green thing? Leave a ping? Shift right, drag to draw your map? Shift right? You know, I kind of just have to. Oh, cute. I think this one is like here, like a big turn. Looks like I go, yeah, it looks like I go from there. Oh, it uses stamina, I see. I like that. What the heck? It is here. What's happening here? Holy shit.
Attacking one spot.
Ow. The vistas are challenges the kid to on their own sometimes, I guess. Oh. Oh, I missed here. Oh. Oops. Oh wow, I'm missing so many here. Ooh. Ooh, crap. Okay. Oh my god, Draco? Holy shit. Oh my god, mounts can fly. Yeah, I missed this one.
Who wants it?
I like the spin, but I don't mind trying out different weapons. Wait. Defeat Ghosts, SSS Legion patrols, rescue downed soldiers, and destroy Ascalonian artifacts and statues. Where is it? Oh, this entire area. Wow, okay. Ascalonian artifacts? Oh. Oh, they're really chasing me down. Wait a minute. I guess that's one way to do it fast.
Feel the pain.
Being ash means being silent. Handle your phobias in a quieter way.
What are you?
What do you want?
Those ghosts don't know what's coming. I'm here to take them out. What's so special about you? Me? Demolitions expert, buddy. I'm here to put an end to the ghosts and their decimal stones with a few charges and a big bang. Sounds like a blast. Mind if I take along?
Typically, we'd sneak up and
Oh,
assassinate
Petra, the
our
explosive
target.
arts. Good to meet you.
What to do with a bunch of rocks?
What?
So we
Did I just
set
trigger
them to the
something?
explosives one at a time. Move silent, hit the targets, and meet back at camp. Don't get distracted. Our targets are the Decimus stones. If we destroy them, we weaken the ghosts.
Looking for volunteers. We're embarking on a mission to destroy the Decimus stones.
Oh, I guess I did I trigger something? I probably did I? Yeah, don't destroy the artifacts for now. Oh, I did it.
Might makes right.
But then there's this event that I have to do. Did I just get a hammer? I just got a two-handed hammer. Oh my god, yeah. Can I not change weapon mid-fight? Oh, I cannot. Ooh. New weapon? Ring of Warding, Banish Zealot's Embrace. Oh, oh my god, sorry, Red. Well, what am I doing? 2 is to engage. 3 is no range.
That's one down.
Let me mine first. Why am I so slow? What? Did my normal just generate like a hit zone? Oh my god, I did. That's from auto attack. I generate a hit zone of some sort. So if I go there, am I gonna get hit again? Like, what the hell is that? Why is that a thing?
Almost there. Just one more.
Keep it quiet.
Is there more? There's so many rat. Oh wow, what a knock away. Okay, 5 to generate hit zone. Third hit on auto attack will generate hit zone as well. Nice.
Make sure the enemy doesn't follow you.
Well, that was easy. I leveled. Map completion in helmet? Hmm. Whoa. Oh, they did it. What's going on? Ash Legion tent. Oh shit! Are we defending? I guess I am. Get out of here! Don't touch us. I like the bunk. Whoa. Oh, there's 2 tents I have to take care of? No, this is tough. Hi, Cox. Big bong. I cannot mount. Oh, I can mount again. So the peasants have always run away when they have low health. The tents are broken. How am I supposed to do this alone? And I cannot mount. Guess I'll stay here. I saw someone there now. Okay, someone's coming. Nice. I guess we're doing it. Oh my god, someone killed in one swoop. Holy shit. Wow, I don't need to do anything anymore. I don't know what happened, but everything died in one. Oh. I guess that goes to camp? Question mark? No, don't touch the tent. I got Black Lion chest. Holy shit. How long does this go? Holy shit. I shouldn't stay far from the tent. I'm getting so much loot here, holy shit. Maybe I could try out multiple weapons now. Whoa. Okay. Are we good? Oh my god, the tent has no health anymore. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, okay, okay. Yo, wait, cheers for me? Oh, thanks. Oh, you, right? How do they cheer? How do they cheer? Movement, skill, targeting, user interface. Some moves, some sweet dance moves. Wait, chat. Camera, screenshot, map, mounts, spectators, squad, mastery skills, miscellaneous. Oh. Probably slash cheer. I trust you. Oh, decent amount of emotes through slash commands. Wow. Is there more fights going on?
That should keep them out of our fur for a while.
I have to give the ghosts credit. They're tenacious, like me, but not tenacious enough. Sound the all clear.
Come back in, Ashes.
Scepter? Scepter is main hand. Chains of light, symbol of punishment. Am I like some sort of a faithful person or something like that? Sword main hand, great sword. Mace main hand. Shield. Shield of absorption. I have a shield. Create a shield wave in front of you that damages foes while giving protection that ages to you and up to 5 allies. Oh. Create a dome around you that pushes foes back and absorbs projectile. Whoa, I can be the absolute tank. Oh my god, and I can move around? Okay, so this is orb of slow moving orb at your foe. Creates a symbol on the ground that strikes foes and grant might to nearby allies. Oh. Oh no, execution. Oh no. Immobilize and make your foe vulnerable with ethereal chains. Must have enemy target to use a skill. Okay. Maybe Scepter is not what I want. But another bonk though. 152, 172. Oh, this one is stronger. Smash the ground and heal allies and create a mystic symbol that damages foes and regenerate allies.
On the mend.
Ooh. Protect allies from the next incoming attack against them, then lash out when attack, granting boons to nearby allies and fully charging the passive burning effect. This is parry essentially. Yeah, it's parry, Okay. So with mace and shield, it's all protective skills? So the only one that I haven't seen is from stuff, I think. The big stuff. Which I don't have them here. Yeah, this is Scepter. You basically chose Paladin. Oh, Paladin. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, Guardian sounds like Paladin, yeah. I think there's a page somewhere that lists all weapon moving game. Could it be skills? I'm sorry, there's no skills. I have no idea. No idea where, but vague memory of it. I think I kind of want to take a small break real quick. I think my coffee is acting up. Oh no! Meet when Git was doing. Oh, okay. All right, let me open up my YouTube real quick. And coffee is acting up. Acting up. I cannot believe it. Wow. I wanna continue playing then Mario Kart music. Yeah. Oh, I was so sad. I'll talk about this after. Look at Yoshi while I take a small break real quick. There's something I want to talk about once I get back. But for now, I'll be right back, alright? Be sure to hydrate as well. Yoshi got that drip. Look at that look at that drip though, yeah. Right, let me drink some water and I'll be right back, yeah? I'll be right back. In the meantime, I'm gonna stare at y'all. I'm gonna stare at. Gonna stare. Gonna look. I'm not looking at it. I'll be right back.
You.
That took a lot more time than I thought. Wow. That was a strong coffee. I'm sorry, what can I say? Oh my god. I'm back. I honestly didn't expect that coffee is that strong. I'm okay though, I promise. Oh, that feels really nice, honestly. I'm being weird again. Right, so I remember. Okay, there's one thing I want to say, right? So yesterday, sorry. No, you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dragon Mama. So yesterday I was having a very heartfelt talking, right? The talking went for about like an hour plus or something like that, right? So that's normal, right? That's for that entire segment of me talking with chat yesterday got muted because of the music that was playing at the background, which is weird because nothing happened on YouTube. Right, I uploaded I uploaded the video to YouTube and listed it because it's just like I was trying to just upload the video to have the audio back, right? But YouTube didn't check. YouTube checked it, and YouTube didn't say anything about like copyright content, so which is weird, right? But it's fine. It is what it is. Is everyone gone from here? Yeah. So that entirety of that segment of me talking is non-existent on Twitch. I mean, it exists, but there's no sound. So I hate it so much. It is what it is, though. So I did upload it to YouTube, unlisted it, and I put it into my Discord so that if people are curious about what I was going through, curious about like what has been going on, right? Yeah, something like that. One thing I can say for sure though is that I am feeling a lot better today.
What's on your mind?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Blueberry. Blueberry. Battle in the vault? Oh, ow. What the heck, man? Oh my god, these things hurt. Hello. Are you attacking that fast? Holy shit. I hearing it? Why is the music so intense though? Oh, it's there, okay. I'm kinda enjoying this game a lot now. With the mount, it actually just makes the game 10 times more enjoyable. My complaints are none with like that. Now that I can travel faster. Oh my god, English is tough, I'm sorry. Hmm? Oh, the Iron Legion shit. Huh? Is it inside here? Grub. Oh my god, look at the grub. Rich co- oh, oh my god, mine. What? Oh crap. Okay, we good. More? Oh yeah, I can salvage these. Get this one. Boom. This one. I can use sword. This one. Bad. Iron sword. I can use sword. I can only use great sword. This is great sword. I can use light armor. Wait, I forgot to unlock skin. Oh, I already have them. I don't use scepter. I don't like scepter. Oh, skin unlock. Oh, it unlocks skin on their own. Ah, okay. Throw this away. 2 find essence of luck. Consume all. It says I get luckier, question mark. It contains a guaranteed item, a redeemable Black Lion statuette, 2 common items. Each chest has a 10% chance for a bonus uncommon or better item drop. Preview available? Guaranteed 2 common items. Oh, guaranteed item, 2 common items. Oh, and 2 common items. Oh, okay. 10% chance for an uncommon or better item. Whoa. Pretty sure I can afford this, can I? There's no way. I mean, look at all these cool things. Use? Missing Black Lion chest key. Uh-oh. Money? Oh no. Fair enough. Very fair enough. It is a free game. Hi, Sri. Oh my god, Tekken. Hope Zuri is doing good. Point of interest. I cannot imagine life without Raptor now. Uh-oh. Mighty Worn Chain Helm. Oh, eat bad. Once you get into the market, you can sell the materials you've been gathering and buy gems with in-game gold. I think that one need to have a bot expansion question mark? If I remember correctly, that is. You have to like buy the expansion before you can use that feature in game. I'm in. Exterminatus HQ. Dragons and creatures make life interesting. You need to buy my expansion before I'm allowed to drink water. Please help, I'm very thirsty. Well, I guess you're not drinking water, Zeus. Oh no. The horror. Oh
See
no.
you.
I cannot salvage these, just throw them away. Minus sigil chill. How do I even get this thing? Soulbind? Sure. That is strong as hell, holy shit. Consume all and then deposit. I only have pineapple Fanta. Isn't Fanta like the carbonated soda? Uh, I bought the Zeus Cool Cat DLC. Cool Cat? Ooh. It's not even a good Fanta. I never really had Fanta before. I like grape and orange more. Grape, anything that's grape is just superior to anything. I love grape. I guess we go to, yeah, this one. Chain of Command. I'm not that far off, just follow the road. Oh. Got him. Oh, what's going on? Event? Oh. Are they not gonna hit me? Wow, they sound very weird. Is that a harpy sound like? Oh, we did it. Okay. Oh, I think I never used focus before. Focus is off 10?
That was
Oh, off
one
10.
outstanding fireworks show. I could do that every day and not get tired.
They lost even though they had air superiority. Pitiful. We should clean the range before the buzzards rot.
More enemies are infused with blinding light, taking damage each interval if they're initially struck. Purge the target area in the ray of light. Oh. Create a shield to block the next 3 attacks. If the shield is not destroyed, it explodes and damage nearby falls. So... Oh, execution? Oh. Nah, I like shield more. I kind of like the great sword skill a lot more than the hammer. Yeah, I'm changing back to great sword. Okay. Oh, we're almost there. Okay. Wait, isn't this where it started off? Huh? Yeah, this is... Oh shit, okay, I'm back at the starting area. So do I go there? I mean, there's no one here for me to talk to. Do I go through this? Oh no, I'm in a new place already? Oh yes, arrows. Okay, okay. Chain of command. Yeah, enter instance.
At least you made it. I think we're the only ones left.
Who are you? Oh, Riva. Hi,
You
Riva.
think I can fight? Wait till you see me dance.
You're here. You're alright. I was so scared. Now that you're back, I feel like I can almost go on. But what do we do without the others? Dinky, you Raleigh, Closper, and Maverick. What happened to us out there? Steelbane gave us orders that sent us everywhere. He was trying to do too much, we couldn't handle it all. The others, when we saw what was happening, you really told me to run. The last thing I saw was the ghost cutting her down. Oh shit. No, you really died? What's Steelbane's problem? Why is he taking it out on me? He's always been a stick in the tail, but now he's a terror. He got blamed for the mess out there and for the deaths, and I think that broke him. As long as we get to rebuild our warband, he can blame whoever he wants.
Maybe I should change my name to Riva the Cleaver. Nah, that's awful.
Riva the Cleaver? What about Hal? He was our warband's lieutenant. Did he die too? Oh, poor Hal. What happened to him was the worst of all. After you defeated the big ghost, the whole crypt collapsed. With Hal inside it, I tried to dig for him, but it was no use. It was no use. Oh, he was buried by the rubble? There's no chance he got out like I did? I wish, but no. The collapse was too bad. I kept hoping that silly good luck charm he had would save him, but in the end, I guess it really was nothing more than a shiny piece of glass. Oh. Come on, we got job to do. So everyone died except for me and Riva? During that first encounter of like 10,000 ghosts and the statue that we killed? Uh-oh.
Well, look who finally came back. When Steelbane gets done with you, you'll wish you died with the rest of your warband.
As if I cared what you think. Who are you? Why are you breathing at me?
No.
Sarosi Breaksteel. Steelbane recruited me, along with the others, to rebuild the warband.
Wait, what? He's recruiting without asking us?
Yeah, because you're dead, remember? And probably better off that way. Report to Steelbane in the barracks, quick, or you'll be in for a beating.
Oh, I hate them already. What the fuck is wrong with them? Threatens me? Oh, you're gonna die. Can I kill them? Can I kill her? Can I do that? Can I do that? I mean, this is Guild Wars 2, right? I can just attack them whenever I want, right? I fucking hate them. No mount allowed? Oh no, okay. I'm just following the green arrows that's being shown on the map that I'm actually covering entirely. 20th blood cohort. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot of them. Do I have to kill all of them? I mean, I don't mind, I guess. Hello.
Legionnaire! Looks like some sewage just floated in from the battlefield. You get my best soldiers killed, and then have the nerve to stand there stinking up our barracks with your cowardly musk?
I got them killed. Tell me something, boss. Who's in charge of this outfit? Who is giving the orders? You.
Watch your tongue, soldier, or I'll have it removed for insubordination. Rage. Teach this piece of waste how to address a legionnaire. With pleasure.
Wow. So are we fighting? Defend yourself against Steelbane's lackeys? Sure, come on.
Might makes right.
Wasn't that the person that told me to go into go into the crypt to kill the thing? Yeah, he was the one that told me to go into the crypt to kill the thing. And like he was dying outside of the entrance.
Stand down! All of you! Stand down now! So, you fight your own warband better than you fight the enemy. Go on, get out of my sight while I figure out what to do with you.
Oh, I wish I can kill them at some
There's
point.
a lot of supplies over at Tellerrange. Bring them to me. Double time. It's the only job you're fit for. Screw this up, and I will use your hide as a doormat. Understood?
Understood, boss.
Ooh, disgusting. Cannot believe it. Look at them, they all fucking suck. He got your team all buried. Exactly. I think I remember the story a little bit. Like they're all buried. My warband, right? So Dinky, Maverick, Urieli, and I forgot there was one more. They all died. shit. Yeah, that's what happened. Oh, do we leave now? Oh, that's it. Okay. I hate them. I want to kill them. Steelbane assigned you to demeaning cop duty. Oh no.
They lost. Now they buy our stuff.
I guess you're right. We have to sell stuff to someone.
What the heck is that? Who was the name again? The boss? Something Steelbane? Is that his name? Steelbane? I wish I can kill them in game. In game, alright, in game. I'm following the green thing. I'm gonna kill that thing. Well, I mean, he indirectly killed my entire warband, and now he's trying to kill me. In Minecraft? Exactly, in Minecraft. Ooh, who this? That's a nice helmet, but where's your face?
I get more of this cub duty and Steelbane's gonna need new teeth.
Oh, exactly, hell yeah.
If you think I can fight, wait till you see me dance.
This is crazy, it's humiliating. I'm a soldier, not a Marmox. What's a Marmox? When we get back, I'll see if I can talk some sense into Steelbane. Talk some sense into that little crap? Ew. I don't think so. Flame Legion? Oh, aren't they bad? Oh.
The rest of your warband defected voluntarily. Don't be stubborn. Why fight for blood when you can
Come on, go!
My cook? Please! I've killed 100 males twice your size.
I like her already.
Fall in line or fall on a blade.
Tyra, guess
I don't
what?
care which.
You're a good girl.
What?
No luck trolling for recruits at the pig farm? You Flame Legion stiffs must be desperate. I came here for supplies, but this is a lot more fun.
Heck yeah. Oh, thank you, Evie. Also, thank you, Kobo Gold.
Recruits, let's send Blood Legion a message. Bury these idiots and destroy those supplies while you're at it.
Oh, are we gonna fail to get the supplies this time? Also, welcome in Raiders. From Kobo Gold. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons the Bits. I love Dragon Bits, and I do art sometimes. Hope you are doing good.
Want me to cook for you? Here, have a steaming hot bowl of death.
Alexis, I like her. She's amazing. Oh my god. Holy shit, Alexis. Derelict Kiwi, hi.
Enemy contact.
We'll take over again.
That's just level.
Hunt them.
Very well. You have my attention.
Oh shit. Don't touch Reva, you asshole. Damn. Morning, people.
I knew this soldier. Best quartermaster in the legions. Whatever you needed, he had it.
Yep, yep.
Morning, Dragon. Making sandwich? It's going to be yummy. Oh, heck yeah. I love sandwich. I love Alexis. Can she join us? Mighty Iron... Oh, you're giving me a hammer? Frailty. Air? Chill fall 2 seconds after striking from its flank. Inflict vulnerability for 5 seconds after striking a foe from its flank. Upon critically hitting a foe. This one's like way better. I should summon the dragon, just swoop down and kiss the guy. Oh my god. Kiss the couple. Reduce some incoming damage, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be such a tank. This hammer looks so strong. Yeah, let's use the hammer. Also, did I introduce myself? I did, right? I don't remember. My brain is still all over the place. Thanks again for the raid, Kobo Gold. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. I feel like my brain still cannot think straight after everything that happened, but I am recovering. Bong hammer.
My whole war band deserted for the promise of power. Never thought I'd see something like that.
Oh no.
I have nothing left but my life. If you'll have me in your ranks, it's yours.
Of course.
We need soldiers, and you can clearly handle yourself in a scrap. Welcome to the warband. Just be warned, my legionnaire is going to drown us for losing those supplies. I hope you can swim.
Don't worry. I can hold my breath for a long time. I'll take punishment over death, or being a gladium. Lead on.
Ooh, she's joining us? Oh, she's saluting me. Oh my god, that's so adorable. Scale gauntlets? Of course I have to get scale gauntlets, excuse me?
Done.
Done. Water and stretch? Will do. This kobold listens to dragons. Hmm. 3 bags of loot? Oh my god. This is stronger. Leather bag? Oh! Oh my god, I have so much slots, okay. I guess I'm salvaging this. Yeah. It's only level 7, but it's so strong though. Like Great Sword on its own, it's like so strong. Do we leave this instance? Okay. Enough the story missions in this game. It's not bad. I'm getting a little bit like hooked to it. I guess we're going back. Report the destroyed supplies to Steelbane. Well, oh, that's why she. Oh, that's why I said we're gonna get drowned. We lost the supplies. So essentially, we failed a cup mission. Wow. Hey, it's a different circumstance. But I'm pretty sure Steelbane is not going to listen to us, isn't he? I can be the director. Steelbane's going to kill us. And I get to kill him back. Hell yeah. In-game. In Minecraft. Heroes Canton? Is this the one? Time for a promotion? But I lost everything though. Is this where I'm supposed to be? I don't know if I did the right thing. Oh. Holy shit. Is this where I'm going? Where's the waypoint?
Out with it. You buying or selling?
Time to go.
I should buy some extra
Need something?
extra savage kit. Love that the starting story missions are all very tailored to your character choices like race, class, etc. It all makes your character feel very part of the world. There's a little down arrow on the top right, so it's below right now. Little down arrow to the right? Oh my god. Oh, are you saying that I should go up here? I hope this is the right way. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so weird.
No discounts.
Oh my god, level 60? Am I in a high level place? I think so. Holy shit.
I'm selling. You buying?
Whoa. Level 80. Holy shit. At the moment, but exploring is always nice. Oh, I have to go down? Oh. I guess I went the wrong. Hello? Speed boon? Speak, I'm on duty. I got no time to entertain tourists. Are you on guard duty? If you have business here, get to it, otherwise stop distracting me. I'm charmed, right? City is a safe zone, you're not gonna find high level enemies or anything here. Oh, thank goodness. Surely someone in your position has time to speak with, but there's a pressing concern that I think you're superior. I don't take orders from the likes of you. Who do you think? Increased charisma. No, I don't know. Move out, double time, and get out of here.
No, how is it?
Too dry, too thick. Not enough juice.
Guess it's not here. This is not it, right? Wait, it is? Is it? No, that's not it. That's not where the green is. Oh, this place is way too big. No, looks like I can go down from here. Continue to Citadel Stockade? What? Okay, what the fuck am I supposed? Huh? Well, it's here, but there's nothing. Need any marine force? Fix me up? Goodness new, unless you start a bear wrangling, this should last you a while. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sit.
I'm good.
I'm good. Chairs cherished. Chairs cherished. Oh my god, look at me, I'm so polite. Oh, you can change seat. You can change seat, it's so good. Hello? Weaponsmith? Level 15. Plus 17 power. Oh. Level 20 weapons. I'm level 15. Oh, okay. Don't be forgetting monster cities can be unlocked. Yeah, well, I'm not too sure where. Guess I'll follow the arrows? Question mark?
No problem. I'm just having fun.
Oh, is this the one? Uh-oh.
You've got gold, right?
But I don't think you want gold. You want whatever this is, the purple stuff. Oh, is it here? Time for promotion? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Do you know that if you treat the Kobo on screen like a cute little pet? No? 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 Elevator. Yeah, this is time for a promotion. We finally found it. I'm not cute and blushy. Oh, maybe I am. Hi, Riva.
I love the arena. After we're done with Steelbane, let's take in a bout. Ugh, a burning
Oh
harpy
gosh,
nest
are you
smells
really
just
going
like
to
a
challenge
jar of
Steelbane?
friggin'
He's
sewer.
tough, but you're tougher. But what if you're not tough enough? Calm down, I promise not to die. It'll be okay. Oh. Oh, are we fighting Steelbane? Oh, he's dead. I wish I was practicing. No, no. Where's Alexis? Who are you? Ridlock Brimstone? And I talked to this piece of shit, right? Yeah, Steelbane.
This. Well, well. If it isn't the brave soldier that aided me in Baradin's crypt.
You do know me?
Good to see you again, Tribune Brimstone. If you'll excuse me, I need to speak to Steelbane.
Oh.
Reporting in, Legionnaire. Teller range was compromised, crawling with Flame Legion. The supplies were destroyed.
In other words, you failed. Again. By the claw of the Con-Er, give me one reason why I shouldn't just kill you now.
Go ahead and try it. You don't have the spine. You're
Ooh.
done, Steelbane. Either you step down as Legionnaire, or I'll knock you into the dirt myself.
Ooh, heck yeah.
Want my job, you miserable little puke? Earn it. Get down there and fight. Show me what you've got, and maybe I'll show you how a real Legionnaire fights. Gather round, troops. Watch me crush this little mutiny and teach you all a lesson in respect.
Oh, it's happening. Oh shit.
To the arena.
Oh, Ridlock just says, okay, alright, okay. Is that me? Oh, so Riva is not gonna be with me with this. That's fair. I mean, I did challenge Brimstone to it, so yeah. Only 5, 6? They're not that scary. Oh.
Not bad, soldier, but it's not over yet.
Oh, they're all limping.
Gets the arena champion.
Oh, Brimstone is talking. Is he cool? It feels like he wants me dead. Ooh. Giant Devourer?
This is it, son. Last round. Let's see what you've got.
Ridlock? Are you sure, Ridlock? Oh, okay. I guess I'll do it. Hey, yeah. That's too far. Immune? Immune? Get bonked. We did it. That was easy. Alright, now am I gonna get ganked? Oh, it sure looks like it. Oh, Riva!
My best dates were always in the rain.
Oh, he fought the statue with me. Oh.
Outstanding. I'd say the soldier exceeded expectations. What do you say, Steelbane?
Oh.
He's so impressed he's speechless. Now get in that ring and fight, Steelbane, or I'll split you open myself.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir. Tribune. I can't hear you, Legionnaire. Yes, sir.
Oh.
A formal challenge, Steelbane. This soldier's willing to fight to the death. How about you?
Yeah, fight me then. Come on.
Prepare to be impressed, Tribune. I am going to make an example out of this whimpering cub.
You're dead. Me. Did you just teleport? Wow. Oh?
Stop! I surrender. Don't kill me. I can still be of use to the Blood Legion.
Do you now?
He's done, soldier. Either he lives to continue serving the Corps as best he can, or he dies in the name of Legion discipline.
I get to choose?
Either way, the decision's yours. Kill him, or cast him out of your warband.
This is such an easy choice, come on. Don't do it, I beg you, let me live. I may have been harsh, but I was trying to do what was best for the warband. You pushed me to death. You blame me for everyone's death. You wanted to kill me multiple times. You threw out those words. And you, Steelbane, deserves to die. What was best for Steelbane, you mean? You started this, I'm finishing it. Die. Oh, it's cold. You make me sick, you nauseating little whiner. Crawl away and take your shame with you. No, I like watching you squirm. I think I'll ponder this a little longer. Stay right there. Oh my god, this is so funny. Well, die. Oh shit. Get out of here. Reaper points at me? What happened? What happened, Reaper? Get out of here.
Even the most glorious revolution is just a successful mutiny, huh? Congratulations on your promotion, Legionnaire.
Thank you, Tribune. I'll rebuild this warband and live up to your trust. I promise you that.
Oh my god, I'm so
Good.
cool.
Now for your first orders. Replenish your warband with honorable gladium. Earn their trust.
Yes, sir. Any recommendations?
Phaon the Wraith and Sour Doomsday. Both are good soldiers who've fallen on hard times. I'll give you a full briefing when you're ready.
Ooh. Report to Tribune Brimstone. Tribune is like way higher than Legionnaire, question mark? Pretty sure Ridlock is voiced by Grunt from Mass Effect. Oh, voice actor band name, so you get me? I never played Mass Effect, so I have no idea, but how do they even have such deep voice? I mean, there are actually a few streamers that I listen to, and then at some point I was actually jealous about their voice. Like, wow, I wish I can have such deep, sexy voice. And then I did embarrassingly tried a few times to sound like that, but I can't. I cannot. My voice, my vocal cords doesn't seem to be fit doing that, I think. Very well, Legionnaire. You got two solid choices. What was it again? Sour, Doomsday, and Fionn the Rave. Thoughts? Tell me more about Fionn the Rave, sir. Fionn's warband spent decades in Ascalon hunting ghosts. Until they were caught in an ambush, only Fionn survived. He's a hardened veteran, good with blades, more stealthy than you expect from Blood Legion. They old perhaps, but still kicking. Ooh. What about Sour? Sour's a talented necromancer. He was training for covert ops until his warband found him meeting with flame shamans. They accused him of treason. I suspect he was just overeager. Oh, he wanted to like be a spy and suddenly backstab the leader of the flame shaman, I think. Ah. But then again, he's a necromancer though, no? Isn't necromancer like generally hated? His voice is so rumbly. Yeah, I don't have the rumbly voice though. Like, gosh, I lurk at a few streams. I lurk at Gentle Jester's stream, I look at even Bracky's stream, right? And then listening to their voices, it's just, it's something else. Like their deep voices though. I don't have deep voice. I have cobalt voice, I guess. What was Fionn the Wraith again? Stealthy, right? Old and stealthy? I kind of like stealthy. I mean, generally I like everyone goes up close and personal. I'm ready to choose. Which Gladian we will recruit? Fionn the Wraith or Sour Doomsday? I want Fionn the Wraith.
Hey, I just realized. With Steelbane gone, we can rename our warband.
Oh, stuff.
Done.
Done. We can rename our warband? You did it! You redeemed our warband, and Steelbane's finally out of our fur. Hooray! So Riva, do we bother trying to invite any of the others into warband? Rage and Cersei, for example? Ew, no thank you. They were horrible. Oh, you're teasing me. You're terrible. Okay, Riva is kinda cute. Don't worry, I only want the best char for this warband, and that means you. Hi, go kiss already, goddammit. Right, I think that's it, right? Click to leave it. Okay. Recruit a new member for your warband.
Miles for all. Nearly all gone now. I'll drink to them tonight.
Malign Swindler Bodrum? Mighty Steam Spear Gun? Ooh, wait. Yeah. Line of Warding empowers Symbol of Swiftness. Symbol of Swiftness? Sear a mystic symbol into the target area, damaging foes and granting swiftness to allies. Oh! Mark an area for judgment, rapidly healing allies and then blasting foes in an area. Bolt of Wrath, Searing Light, Seeking Judgment? What does that even mean? Oh, 3 different attacks. Empower, channel healing and might into nearby allies. Completing this channel grants more health to your allies. Create a line in front of you that balls cannot cross. Oh. So if I do this... Oh, I'm fast now. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Only lasts for a bit though. Do we still need this? I mean, the shield and mace is only okay. I'll salvage them. Consume all, and then deposit on materials.
Break it, I break you.
Break it, I break you? Holy shit. Oh, okay, so just head right. Greetings? The world is one day older, which makes it quite old. If you're here to celebrate our time in Tyria, or Tyria, or Tyria, I think, I have just the thing. If you can bring me proof of your deeds. What kind of proof do you need? Speak of always, proof of legend. Rare items are available for the oldest heroes, or those whose achievements have brought them particular distinction. Oh, achievement! Decade Reach skin. I don't know what they are. Are they like a annually thing? I mean, she looks like she's dressed for the Christmas occasion or something like that. Oh, there's 12. Oh, I have 0 vistas. 2 more hero challenges. Can I hunt? I don't know if I can 100% them. Looks like a lot of things. So, then oh, that's not far at all. Oh my god! I swear to God, this mouse wheel. Make a turn. Oh, I can go up there. Okay, okay. Everyone has a raptor. Oh wait, there's a point of interest here, right? Oh my god. Raptor, I cannot control the raptor. Is this it? Okay, yeah. Best way of getting XP is 100% on the map. You get bonuses for doing so. Oh, okay, okay. That's really good to know. Okay. Hmm?
Speak.
We sent out Scout several hours ago, and she hasn't reported back. That's not like her. We need someone to go find out what happened. Where was she heading? She was supposed to check out an old mining southeast of here, but it's an area infested with ghosts and trolls has been known to occupy the cave. Revive the Ash Legion Scout? Who? Who? Where? What? What help do you need? Oh.
Not for long.
Oh, that's very far.
There's a foul scent.
Smells like trouble.
I guess we're getting there. I mean, event is always good, right? Here? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Guess I'm following you? Backpacks for life.
Cover me.
I guess. Why are you hitting this thing? Can I give her speed? Oh, I can. She is a little bit faster, I think.
I need your assistance.
Wait. Cutting tree, goddammit.
Enemy contact.
Oh, channeling, I cannot move, okay. Whoa, wait, it has like... Oh, maybe Scepter is not bad.
Hurry, I'm saving some for you.
Someone's here.
Horses behind.
She's so slow.
Okay, this is it. You really helped out.
Oh, nice. Okay. Guild panel. Maybe Scepter is not bad. Oh, sorry, Staff. We got 8 points. More Signets. Improve concentration. Signet of Mercy. Additional training and Signet training is needed. How can I train more? Oh, you need 9 points. Oh my god. Requires level 30. Oh my god. Periodically heal allies in an area around you while in combat. Channels healing and boon in a large area around you, concluding with a large heal if the skill is not interrupted. Oh, so something like I cannot move around when I channel this? Okay, yeah, I cannot move around channel. Okay. Gain ages periodically. Grant ages to yourself and nearby enemy. Nearby allies. Block the next incoming attack. Oh, okay. I was supposed to do this green thing, but I found an event.
There's a foul scent here. Trouble with ghosts.
Smells like trouble.
Hmm? Restore health and energy.
Ghosts inbound. Defensive positions.
Oh my god.
Swiftly. Let's remind these Ascalonians that the war is over and they are lost.
Where's the tent? Oh my god, execution is so tough. I definitely can handle this on my own. I can block them, right? I hit nothing. Oh no, I couldn't do it. Oh no, I suck. Well, I tried. I couldn't do it. There was too much. Turquoise pebble? I'm getting a lot of like copper ore. Okay, let's get back. Why do I feel like this might be the hardest event of all, question mark? Well, at least as far as I know, right? These events. Like, these are the only ones that has like fail conditions. The rest would just like wait for you, right? Or wait for you to like revive the person and then it will continue. Like, there's no fail conditions. This is the only one that has a fail condition, I think. Who this? Hi, Reba. Some of these old soldiers has seen a lot. I hope this Fionn character knows how to tell a good war tale. There sure are a lot of ghosts in here. Decimus Stones is a hot spot where war masters were buried. No wonder the ghosts here fight twice as hard. Good to know. Thank you, Reva. Not reassuring, but right, it's all good. There's some really difficult ones. I don't doubt that at all. Hi, Fionn. Uh-oh, don't kill me.
Thion the Wraith?
Oh, Thion.
Ritlock Brimstone sent me.
Ah, my old friend Ritlock. He must want to ask one last thing from me before I die.
Not quite. He and I both want you to join my warband and leave dying till much, much later. Come with me and start a new life.
New beginnings are for the young. I'm old, and I only have one thing left to do. Slash Warmaster Kalar's throat.
Unless you
he's
can
cool.
put down a ghost for good, Warmaster Kalar will just come back again.
My comrades howl for justice from their shallow graves. I'm not leaving here without evening the score.
Then we'll purify his crypt in their honor. If you survive, you join us. If not...
Then I'll come back as a ghost myself, and keep killing these Ascalonian devils forever and ever.
Damn.
Lost your
Old.
warband? Me too. I miss him, but hey, on to the next battle, right?
There's only one battle left for me. After that, we'll have to wait and see.
So I guess we're fighting all of them?
Hostiles engaging!
I forgot I'm using Scepter. Why am I getting close to them? Jump. Oh my god, the AoE is crazy. How did it hit the side ones?
We ain't skulking field mice like those ash maggots. But we can avoid some fights if we stay low.
Avoiding fights? What, you think that's my kind of thing to do? God, no, we're killing all of them. Are you sure about that? Yeah, we will never take action. Monk.
Ghost patrol ahead. Your call, boss. You pass or take them out. Protect us.
Oh, what happened? Did you just suck me? Get out of here, God. You're not even a dragon trying to suck me. Is there more around? Warmaster Titus? Is that where we're going? I didn't press the
Not a
signal.
bad start, Thion. You sure don't fight like the first time.
I think I'm growing to like the bonk. The second skill has like only 4-second cooldown. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think we're supposed to be here. I think we're supposed to be here. No, get back. I wanna... How about the other one? destroy you. Did you just die immediately? Because I destroyed that statue? I must kill everything here. Ah, okay. Could this be like a secret of some sort? No? How did that happen the first time?
Don't leave a single human behind. Kill the ghosts and smash their statues.
Yeah.
This place can be a memorial to my warband.
A prominent Escalonian war leader in his time, Fat Fly rests on the statue's knee, squashed the fly, punched the fly. The brittle statue shatters from the blow. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love that. I guess I destroyed all the statue here. But I only destroyed one of the decimal stone thingy. I'm not too sure what else I have to do to destroy these like decimal stones. Are they the decimal stones? Yeah, see, I destroyed that one for some reason. Like a veteran appeared here, but not the other ones. Oh, why are you so tough? What the heck? Why are you so tough? Am I not supposed to destroy that statue? But I want to destroy all the statues. Fine, we're just gonna... Yeah, let's get here. Oh, that's the Kayla. Going in. Heck yeah, Fion. Oh, it's raining again. Wow, I thought this gonna... I thought that's not gonna rain today, but I guess I was wrong.
Reporting. Maybe now my brothers and sisters can find rest in the mists.
You silenced Kalar. They'll find satisfaction in that.
Maybe this old cuss has a few fights left in him. You still have room in your ranks?
I do. Welcome to the warband.
Oh? Master or Essence of Luck. Chainmail armor. Scale or Holberg? Of course I'm gonna get scale, like... Of course! Scale! I like scale. Ooh. Oh, it's stronger than the scale gauntlets? I mean, sure, it's not very obvious. I'll just wear something that's like stronger. Are we done? Or can I destroy the statues now? Why is the statue so tough? What the hell? What does this do? Ward, create a ring around you that foes cannot cross. Trap foes cannot exit the ring while it's active. Oh, okay. Throw your foe that immobilized foe in a line. Gain barrier for each target struck. Barrier is reduced for each target struck beyond the first. Mighty Ground Slam. Been struck by Banish. Teleport to them. Struck by Banish? Oh, Banish! Oh, so it's like it's kind of a combo skill, huh? So 4, and then 2, and then teleport to them? I mean, the statue is not moving, so... I don't know why the statue is like 1,000 times tougher than the other ones. I mean, I did what I can. Alright, let me... Hi, Mert. Welcome.
Yes, you do. You lifted so high on your upswing, I'm surprised it doesn't get caught in your own ear.
Wanna go?
What this?
Speak.
Those blasted human ghosts won't leave us alone. I didn't join the Ash Legion to sit around and wait. What am I gonna do about it? I need to establish a forward base closer to the ghosts. We need to dig in and make it easier to strike at them. Why did you pick that spot? The ghosts are apparently activating some nearby stones. If that's true, we have more than one problem in front of us. Now I don't have time to decide for plan.
If we don't take them out, we'll be up to our
Oh,
snouts
escort.
in
Oh
ghosts.
no, more escort?
If you want that, you shouldn't be in charge here.
Fine. Take your own team and anyone dumb enough to join you.
I'll follow. Guild Wars 2, haven't played this in like 13 years. It is a very old game, yeah. Back then it wasn't even free to play, I had to pay for this stuff. Oh really? I actually didn't know that. No monthly fee, of just one payment for the game. Oh, that's not too
what's
bad
gonna
actually.
happen when we get down here? What's up with these Decimus stones?
First, we establish a forward camp. Then we take down the stones.
All you need to know is that the ghosts love those stones. And we're gonna take away their tools.
Boom. Boom. It was alright. I mean, currently with the mount that I have, I am definitely enjoying this game a lot more. Because I did play this game for a while back then. And I mean, not as long as you played it, but about like a year ago or two. And then, like, a huge problem with this game I have is that everything is so slow. Eventually I just stopped playing because like traveling from one place to the other just takes way too long. But now that I have a free raptor mount,
Really touched one?
even though it only lasts for like 10 hours, but it helps a
You're
little bit.
kidding, right? I get that close, I'm raking and slashing with my claws. No touching.
Playing after I maxed out my level, there was nothing left to do. Endgame was just nothing, but I imagine all those years to explain the endgame benefits. I think so, yeah. I couldn't tell because I haven't played until endgame. Did you have a look at the model I sent you? I have a look for a little bit, and then I had too many things happening for the past few days, and then I eventually just stopped doing art entirely for a while again.
Staging area. Set up camp. Camouflage what you can.
Phew, we made it. This is great. I know I'm green, but I wanted to prove myself.
Help set up camp. You haven't convinced me yet.
Oh, is this the camp that we need to like protect? Oh. Oh, the camp was destroyed because I couldn't protect it. It's fine. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look at it once I know I sound pretentious or like bad saying this, but once I feel like it. I'm sorry. It's just there's too many grief these days that I just really cannot do anything, I feel like. And then we can continue. Talk to you.
Keep your voice down.
Oh, I did this before.
Typically, we'd sneak up and assassinate our target. But that's hard to do with a bunch of rocks. So we set and trigger the explosives one at a time. Move silent, hit the targets, and meet back at camp. Don't get distracted. Our targets are the Decimus stones. If we destroy them, we weaken the ghosts.
Looking for volunteers. We're embarking on a mission to destroy the Decimus stones.
Why are you going back? Oh, thanks for the 10 stream streak, Mert. Is it gonna hit me? Ow.
That's one down.
Mine. Oh, that's another guardian. can really aim really far with the skills. Holy shit.
You lose. Just there. Just one more.
Shh. Keep it quiet.
Oh, what happened?
Last one. I need backup.
Oh, we did it.
Make sure the enemy doesn't follow you.
Worn scale pauldrons of Ratasum? Rune of Ratasum? Minor rune of Ratasum? Oh, it's just Ratasum? 5 precision, 5 toughness of 5 power. I like power. So we have a new pauldron now? Nice! Melandru. Sure. Ooh, this is strong, yeah. This is duty bound, we don't need that. Oh wait, it's the thing now. Oh, I have to protect the tents. Uh-oh, yeah. Mega bomb. Yeah. Oh, we have 110 left already. Oh my god. That's unfortunate. Wasn't there like a bunch of people just now? Yeah, there's a lot. Oh no. Help. Oh no, I couldn't defend it. There was only one me. I couldn't do it. Oh. Fanatic Mantle. Isn't this like the potion that I started with? Okay, what do we do now? Report to Red Lock for new orders. Near the top of the Imperator Core? It's on the top. Rage suppression. Oh. I'll just teleport. I'll just teleport.
Hey, come talk to me.
Oh, this is just to go to the Black Citadel. Oh, can I just straight teleport to Black Citadel just now? I probably can. Ah, yeah, I can just teleport like maybe here. It looks about right. I'll follow the green arrow though. The fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I'm scared. Why is that alien?
It's your problem. Just happened.
You're in the Blood Legion?
Oh, are we going up? Oh, near the top of the core it says, right? I think I'm following the green arrows. We want... Oh, is it up here? I think it's up here. Okay, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. Is it? Oh, I think it's here. Oh my god, I'm the best. Okay. Oh, that's a cool shot. Char Wars? Yeah. Hi, Horse Dragon. Oh, it's Alexis. I like Alexis.
Rely on strength, not false gods.
Where's Riva? Hi, Riva. We will, and when we do, we will take no prisoners. Ooh. I guess we're doing it for real now. Can I change my armor pigment? There's no more purple anymore. 9? Oh, can I? Oh, it's level 31. Oh. I don't need any of these. I mean, these have passive, so I'm not even gonna change it. Die. Transmutation charges. Oh, okay. Oh, it's free. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the color. I like it. Okay. Your Tribune? Tribune? Read look.
Good news, Tribune. Fion the Wraith has joined my warband.
Well done, Legionnaire. And just in time for your next assignment. Rage Steeltongue, one of Steelbane's thugs, has become a problem. After you took over, he joined the Flame Legion. He's determined to bring you down at any cost.
Oh, wow.
I'll drag him back to blood by the scruff of his filthy neck.
No. There's a time for mercy, and a time for mercy killing. I'm not giving Rage the chance to betray Blood Legion twice.
Oh, yeah.
Then we'll give him a real torch party.
Good. Meet me down by the Citadel gates when you're ready to deploy. Dismissed.
Oh. Oh. So Rage is someone close to Steelbane, and because I started a mutiny and killed Steelbane, glider? What the heck? We can also dye a raptor mount. Oh.
Tyra is such a good girl. Give her lots of pats and nuzzles.
But how do I dye right? Maybe I cannot because I'm a free player? Headpad's good. Maybe you need the expansion? It's all good. Since the mount is like temporary, so I'm not surprised that I cannot dye it. Yep. The Sentry spotted that traitor Rage Steeltongue in the Citadel. Rendezvous with Tribune Redlock outside the city gates. That's to my right? What? Why is there two? Why is there two? What? Uh-oh. I guess we go down first. I regret. Ow. I think I already have all. I think I already seen all the weapons that I can use as a guardian. Sending you to go out to the city, the closest one is just pointing where the doorway is. Keyboard. We love janky keyboards. It's kind of weird how I'm playing this game in like constant, almost stranded ping, but since it's an MMO, it doesn't really matter as much. Maybe in the future if I do some like some very very intricate stuff, then I'll feel it, but for now it's just like press 1 to kill. I'm okay with that. I'm worried. What if Rage has something terrible planned? What if this is all a trap? If it is, we'll all face it together, just trust me. Alexis?
Ugh. A burning harpy nest smells just like a chicken frying in sewage.
Your friend, Rage Steeltongue's kind of a terror, isn't he? Yeah, and he's not my friend, he's my target. Let's get a move on. I've known fools like this Steeltongue in my time. Temperamental, arrogant. We need to put me down quick before he causes more trouble. Yeah. Hi, Brekkie. I've been spoiled.
At ease, Legionnaire. Ready to get started?
More than ready, Tribune Brimstone. What's our next move?
That mongrel toady, Rage Steeltongue, was spotted in this area. Start with those cattle ranchers. Find out why they're here and if they've seen anything unusual. Get moving.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Talk to the cattle rancher? Tolona Iron Rustler?
Let's hear it.
Watch your step around my stock. They're harmless, not housebroken. Why are the cows here? Some legionnaire came to the ranch and ordered me to herd them into the citadel. And when a legionnaire orders me to herd my cattle into the citadel, I herd my cattle into the citadel. Do you know which legionnaire gave the order? No, never seen him before. And he didn't give a name. Helped with a few packs though, did a passable job. But it sounded like he may have mixed some tools in with the feed. I'll need to examine those packs. Seems like everyone wants to poke around my cows today. Help yourself. I will. So what are we doing here? Why are we talking to all the cows? The beast burden smells of gunpowder and oiled metal. It's also ticking. They put bombs? Shooting from the city? Oh my god, poor cow. Wait, the cow is just gonna explode. That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. You didn't have to show that game. You just... you didn't... That's so fucked up. This pig's pack smells of grain and leather, nothing more. Grain and leather, Gunpowder and oil metal. Well, you're gonna explode now, bye-bye. Are you gonna explode here, actually? Oops. Oh, is that all of them?
You know, if I wasn't looking at a big pile of cow chunks, I'd be laughing.
Oh no.
Laugh later. Right now I need to know where those Flame Legion imposters went.
They headed deeper into town. You'll find them if you go that way.
What way?
Lead the way, Legionnaire. Rage just got promoted from mongrel toady to serious threat.
His voice, goddamn.
Can't wait to give old Rage what's coming to him.
Yeah. Seal the tier. I've been stolen. Hi, Seal.
If you think I can fight, wait till you see me dance.
Exploding cows? I take it back. If that's his plan, I'm not nearly as worried. See, I told you everything will be fine. The imposter legionnaire has to be Steel Tongue. Lucky for us, he isn't the sharpest blade in the corpse. Then he'll be all the easier for us to hunt down. Oh, that's good.
Watch yourself, come.
Now that that was a new experience. I'm still carrying cow. I'm still cleaning cow out of my fur. Yuck.
You want something?
That was horrible. I can't believe that actually happened. What a waste of cow. I know, right? God. Hope you're doing good, Zeal. Welcome. Are we... Yeah, we're going here. Okay. I'm starting to enjoy this game.
City's come a long way. I'm not about to let some angry punk mess it up.
Yeah. The story is pretty good, honestly.
Should have known Rage was a jerk. Steel Tongue? Complete jerk name.
Complete jerk name. Uh-oh. Are you...
The Legion calls.
Another inspection? Like I told the last guy, the defenses still have a way to go, but we're making progress. This is no inspection. Have you seen an unfamiliar officer around? I didn't know the legionnaire who inspected our supplies, but he knew procedure and had the right uniform. And he complimented me on my vigilance. Seemed on the level. Drop that crate and stand back, soldier, right now. Is that another bomb? If that's another bomb, that's actually diabolical. You're just trying to bomb everyone. What is steel? That's not Steel Tongue, that's Pussy Tongue. Come on. Oh.
Fire magic on my watch. Once we shut down Rage's sabotage operation, I'm going to cut his heart out.
Oh no, they're dying.
Rage couldn't cook up something like this on his own. He must have Flame Legion allies. We have intelligence that they were planning something. This might be a strike opportunity. Come on, let's move. Not a bad fight.
Oh wait, I'm going here? Well, it sure looks that way. kind of want to play this off stream as well. Ezio Jawbreak. What's going on? I couldn't talk to him. What? What? This is complicated spell work, and Steel Tongue has all the magical talent of an overused hanky. You're right, he's with the Flame Legion. Better find this dangerous idiot soon. What?
Rely on strength, not false gods.
Steel Tongue's kind of a one-note song, isn't he? Seems everything exploding nowadays. Which is, we'll have to catch up with him and see if we can't change the beat. This guy's not very bright. If at first he doesn't succeed, bomb again. Sounds like Steel Tongue, alright. Exploding crates are worse than exploding cows. Let's find this guy before he can do more harm. Definitely. Can I talk to you now? It looks like you just weren't at the spot yet. Okay.
What happened to you, soldier?
It was a Blood Legionnaire. He seemed friendly, but when he clapped me on the shoulder, all the strength just drained right out of me. He took my clothes, my boots, my entire kit.
Tell us where he went, and then get yourself to the infirmary.
He was headed for the scrapyard. Give him a good thrashing for me when you find him.
Oh yeah, are we gonna kill? We're gonna kill another char in Minecraft? Oh my god. I mean, we already have Rage Bomb Tongue here. When the one-trick pony doesn't... This is the thing with one-trick pony.
Around in their skivvies. Either we're on the right track, or we missed the best party ever.
Oh no. Oh my god, some of them... So many dead.
Did you get the gear?
Got it right here. Put it on and you'll have free run of the place. They won't figure out they've been infiltrated until the damage has already been done.
It's over, Steel Tongue. I took down that coward Steelbane, and now it's your turn. Just tell me one thing. Why? Why do you betray us and join the Flame Legion? Too proud to serve your new Legionnaire?
I had it all set. That coward Steelbane was the only thing between me and taking over this warband. Then you came along and beat me to it.
Oh.
At the end of the day, I don't care whose banner I serve under, as long as I'm the one giving the orders.
Oh.
Like right now, boss. I'm ordering you to die.
Someone who's all talk, no skill, I guess. I guess it happens. I mean, the range she sustained. Oh. Invulnerable? Oh. I just happened to hit a little bit too fast. Get out of here.
The Flame Legion must be getting desperate if they're resorting to cow bombs.
Cow bombs?
Desperation is a weapon, Legionnaire. If they're targeting our defenses, they're planning a major assault on the city. Tactically, a night attack makes the most sense. When it comes, I need you and your warband in the field. When the fighting starts, your orders are to maneuver behind their frontline troops and take out the rear guard. Without mages and artillery to support the main force, they'll never breach the Black Citadel's walls. It's an important job. Can you handle it?
My soldiers are ready, sir. We won't let Blood Legion down.
Good. Dismissed.
Holy shit, his voice is deep as hell. Oh my god. Avengers Hammer. Why is it weaker? What? It's so much weaker. Excuse-moi? Excuse-moi? What is this? It's level 10. I'm already using a level 15 weapon. Huh? Confused Kobo noises. Oh. Mighty Magician Boots of the Flame Legion. Huh? You were meant to do the mission at 10? Oh. Oh, oops. Spear use online requires completion of the Kodan Spear Training Mastery. Oh, this one is stronger. Oh, it's a stronger boot. Nah. Can't bind magician boots? Sure. Well, I got the skin. Level 10, level 15. I don't know. The hammer is like not that strong. Or maybe it is. I feel like Greatsword deals like crazy damage, whereas Iron Hammer or like two-handed hammer doesn't really has that oomph, right? That oomph. Hammer kind of just lingers there. I mean, sure, there's like a huge charge-up bonk that sends enemy flying, but I think that's pretty much it. And then the engaging skill of jumping in just sadly doesn't work. I mean, it works, but it jumps so short. Like I'm lacking 2 feet. But this one's just way too low. The Flying Legion is preparing to attack the Black Citadel, advancing Warband into position. Are we doing it immediately? Oh, okay. Wow, it's only 5. I'm already getting hungry. Weird. Operation Bulwark. It's that way? Oh. Oh, that's kind of far away. I guess I can teleport there. From here... Oh, no. From here, just go... yeah. I like shiny. You don't have enough space to mount? Well, I guess the raptor was too thick. Thick raptor? Oh my god. Oh, why are you dead? Zeus starts to steal Kobos? Well, I don't know why, but I think a Kobo doesn't just steal another Kobo. Veteran Marmox. I don't think I have to mess with that. Oh my god. Drive the growl away from Balthazar's statue? Stop the script broker before it escapes.
Stop. Incoming.
I couldn't chase them. I couldn't mount. I couldn't mount.
Can't wait to scout this place out.
I couldn't mount. I couldn't mount. I couldn't mount. I couldn't mount. Oh my god, what the fuck? I couldn't mount. That was stupid. What the fuck? Well, thank goodness for that person just came in and swooped it over. So, what are we doing?
Healthy and tame.
Oh, dead. Holy shit, this guy is crazy strong.
Well, that should do for them.
That was fun. It's almost a shame they've been driven out of here. I'd like another crack at them.
Ha! Well, it's likely we'll get some more action sometime soon. In the meantime, let's get back to Temperance.
Agreed. Time to report back in and bask in the glory of a job well done.
Everyone, isn't this like the first like beginner map? Why are there like people that's like level 300 in this map? Can they even like gain any like experience points or anything? Aren't they like already strong as hell? I mean, probably proven by them just one-shotting everything just now. Are they just trying to like farm the events that's going on around this map? Oh. Oops, I killed a bird. Whoa. Mighty Swin. Oh, it's medium armor. No 5? No. Nice. How is Kobo? Oh, hi Hus. Welcome Kobo. I'm feeling much better today. Which one? Like all the events around this particular map, right? Isn't this map like the beginner map? Question mark? And why are there people that's like level 300 around here? They get leveled down to match the area, but with high level gear they get a bunch of bonuses. So yeah, they're probably farming events. Are they gonna level up from just doing that? Weird. Let's replace the low level. Each race has their own starter zones. Oh. Oh, this is the char starting zone? Question mark?
Listen up! A Flame Legion platoon is marching against the Black Citadel. Tribune Brimstone will engage the main enemy force while we take out the rear guard. Fion, you're on the mortar. Wait till we mark targets with green smoke, then light them up.
Roger that. Well, I was putting mortars on target when you were still gnawing marrow bones in the Farrar.
Alexis, you're our sniper. Pick a spot where you can cover the entire battlefield. We'll call your targets, and you ventilate them.
With pleasure. And if it takes me more than one shot per kill, you can cut my rations in half.
My god.
All right, we do this fast, we do this right, and everybody comes home in one piece. You get me? Now move out!
Ooh, what are we doing?
I'm in position and standing by for your signal, boss.
In position. Standing by to bring the pain.
Cold shot and signal mortar and drop medpick? Oh.
Lead the way, boss. I'm ready for action. Those siege weapons are doing some serious damage. Let's get to work.
Should get up these first. Signal mortar? Ooh, get fucked. Call shot?
Taking the shot.
Oh my god, holy shit.
Confirm smoke. Firing for effect.
What? You were in the zone. How can you fly out? Why are you taking a boulder too, huh? Asura starting zones in quests are really fun in my opinion. Will always love Char, but Asura are too adorable. That's understandable. Personal preferences and all. If there's like a dragon character, I for sure would just play them forever.
Confirm smoke. Firing for effect.
Nice too. I think we did it, right?
All clear, boss. The Flame Legion's rear guard is officially out of commission.
Outstanding. This warband is tail clear, soldiers. Fall in. We're heading back to the Citadel for a hot meal.
Best war band in the Legion. Hooah!
Damn straight. Never let anyone tell you different.
The warband only has like... So there's me, there's Riva, Alexis, Fion. There's only 4 people. Asura like brainy kobolds that's covered for skills. Do they have skills? Singed ritualist bag, letter from Ridlock, and a black lion chess key. Oh my god! Pastel lemon. Oh, I unlocked that one. Let's get pastel lemon. Yes. Is this one stronger? How is this masterwork and sell for more? Oh, it's level 10 at 28. That one's level 16 at 27. Oh wow, okay, I see why.
And I deserve it too.
Glacial silver? Focus of the Geomancer. Oh, it's an offhand weapon. Letter from Redlock. Oh, I didn't see what it says. Oh! Whoops. I didn't see what Redlock said. Yikey beaky. Oh no. Well, I can open... I have the key. Oh my god, I'm cheating. Alright, let's see what we get.
And I deserve it too.
Die kit contains 1 random armor die from a pool of 25 colors that includes 6 exclusive colors. Dies can be unlocked for unlimited use of color armor on all characters. Oh, okay. Large crafting bag contains 5th tier crafting materials. Double click to open. 5th tier? Isn't that like super duper strong? Use. We got Midnight Rose. Double click to exchange for items available in Black Lion chests. Oh. Your name is on the tag. What a nice gift. Double click to open.
And I deserve it too.
A cup of spice apple cider. Excessive alcohol consumption will result in intoxication. What? You've done very well not to tear the paper. You're sure you reused it, but you won't. There's so many. Wow, what's going on here? Unlock skin. Inflict nearby foes with bleeding for 4 seconds after swapping to this weapon in combat. Preview? 5 items from the following lists. Wow. Well, use all. I'm gonna just salvage these. Yeah. Is Masterwork better than Fine, or is Fine better than Masterwork? Like, I always thought green is like not better than blue, but apparently green is called Masterwork, and I feel like Masterwork is like so strong. I could be wrong though. Commendations and congratulations. Smolder, the unflinching Imperator of the Iron Legion. On behalf of the High Legions and the entire Black Citadel, I offer heartfelt thanks and congratulations on your recent efforts in fending off the recent Flame Legion attack. Your dedication to duty and performance as a newly commissioned Legionnaire have both been exemplary, and have been duly noted in the official record. From this point forward, I shall be watching your progress with great interest and even greater expectations. Well done, soldier. Thanks? I mean, I pretty much just destroyed a few a few things. What do you call them again? Catapults, right? I destroyed a few catapults and that's pretty much it, but I guess that's a big deal. Right, let's get out of here. Help Sagum Relic Seeker research? Oh, so I'm back at like doing these kind of stuff now, right?
Did you know that if you treat the Kobo on screen like a cute little pet and call her a good girl, she gets super cute and blushy and it's just far too adorable?
No. No. Don't think I'm a good pet though.
Now that's
Oh. Group event. Defeat the enraged Corral rampaging through Matra Woods.
Yes, Tylra is a good little pet.
Hail Badazar! Hail Badazar!
It says group event though. I don't know if I want to do that.
Champion, you will fall.
Is someone fighting it already?
Hail Badazar! Hail Badazar!
Oh, it's the Blood Legion dying. I don't think I am though. Oh, Cortex. Oh my god, Decans. Thank you, Cortex. It's also hi, Cortex. Welcome, Tekken. The stars align on you. Wow. I think that's amazing, no? Thank you. Hope you are doing good. Welcome, everyone. I'm okay. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragon Bits. I love Dragon Bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. And I hope Sonic Racing Crossroads was fun. I wanna try fighting that thing. I might die. I might die actually, but let's give it a try. Here we go. Holy shit. Hi, Fenrir. Oh, this guy hurt. Holy shit. But I guess I'm kind of healing. Hi, Ixon again. come on, my bonk. I'm doing it. I'm doing the group event somehow. I'm being picked. Is this the power of being a guardian that I just keep healing myself like this? Yeah, I'm healing myself here. Wait.
I have failed you.
Oh, I somehow did it.
Balthazar! Champion not strong enough! Need better champion! Balthazar, help Brawl!
Are they just like kobolds or something? Who's speaking? What the heck? What's happening? Who is moaning? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit, don't moan like this. What the heck? Hope you are doing good. If you need any post-stream care cards, definitely go do them. It's very important, right? Get some food, get some food, get some drink, get some rest. Right? I need to know who's moaning here. What the heck? Kill harpies along the wall and help the doorman Priory recover artifacts. So, oh my god. Young harpy. Uh-oh, what's going on?
Armored up.
They're performing some kind of ritual.
That can't be good. Okay, for the Legion.
Growl shaman remaining. Oh, are they sacrificing themselves?
My spirit lives on. Big fist! To smash and dash! Big feet, big fist! Better to smash and dash!
Big feet, big fist? Oh my god.
Good thing I like it that way.
No time to waste. Let's try the rest of it.
No problem, sir. They don't stand a chance with 2 Blood Legion soldiers on the case.
That's right. Get into position. Coming forward.
Drive the crow away from Balthazar's statue? Didn't I do that before?
My spirit endures.
I guess we're trying to kill them. I guess that worked. Oh. Oh, It's a lot of them together. Oh. Oh my god. They can't even stay alive for 10 seconds. Zagan Ben Steel? Is it like Legionnaire's name all has like steel on them? Steel? Should I be steel long as well?
Might.
What? Oh. I guess the demonic effigy is bad.
Well, that should do for them.
Fun. It's almost a shame they've been driven out of here. I'd like another crack at them.
Ha! It's likely we'll get some action sometime soon. In the meantime, let's get back to Temperance.
Agreed. Time to report back in and bask in the glory of a job well done.
I think that's it. Recover stolen supplies from containers from Harpies for Explorer Aaron. I found Argonauts Gorge? I don't see Harpies around. Oh my god, they're level 15. Priory Arcanist? Durman Priory Supply Container. From Harpies 4. Okay, from Harpy? Oh, it's up there. Oh, okay, okay. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, this is nice too because my sort of main side mission has to kill Harpies as well. This is nice. Oh, I cannot use axe. Oh. A veteran Harpy matriarch? Oh, I'm getting the supply container. I guess I am getting a lot of like the container. The NPCs in this game dies like crazy though, look at this. They're like constantly dying. Don't know how many would I need. think that's enough.
Do you have a question?
Harpies raided our camp and stole invaluable research along with our food rations. Retrieve them from the harpy's nest, please, before I explode. I have some right here.
I think this is everything. But if you can find any more,
Please, the
bring them
sixth
to me.
finest spot we won't get stolen again. Oh.
Thank you for your help. The Priory is in your debt.
Oh, I did it. Oh, okay.
Time to head back to the camp. Finally! I've had enough harpies to last me the rest of my life.
Oh,
You hear
they
that,
were too
harpies?
late, I think.
I'm done with you. Leave us be and go bother the Grawl.
Number 5, no. Vista up there? Looks like you can jump out. I don't know why, but I thought Harpy would sound better than this question mark. might be a little bit mean when I say that. Oh, they are fighting each other?
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Cumin in bulk. Crystal Scroll, Artificer 25. Oh. What the fuck? How did I get 5 gold? What did I sell? Wait, what did I sell? Oh. Oh, holy shit, 5 gold, I'm rich! I can buy so many things. I don't know what to buy though. How did I get that 5 gold item? Well, I mean, I don't know how, but I have 6 gold now. Fuck yeah. I'm probably gonna go find more, something. I forgot what I wanted to say. Fast Matisse Corridor. Discover Ghost Summit. Cinnamon sticks.
Too much has been forgotten.
Oh yeah. Event item? Trophy Soulbound. I cannot sell this thing now. Well, I don't know what they are.
Knowledge is power.
What if I become a Cute Wars 2 streamer? What's gonna happen? Although, to be honest, I don't know if I will play this for a long time, because once the Mount Trial is like ended, I don't know if I'll be playing it still. There are 4 passives. It's so good. What is this? I don't know what that is. Sword Cross Outpost. Ah, oh, there's a scout there. Yeah, I agree it's a good game.
Good,
when
good,
I
good,
get
good,
to
good, very good, girl.
I'm gonna cry. Like when the game allows me to travel around faster, the game is like 100 times better. Protect the siege team as they approach the wall. Oh no. Guess I'm doing this. Only somebody donated an account. Oh, I don't know about that. Is it possible? It's not on discount currently though. If somebody were to donate, like specifically to upgrade my account, I would feel a little bit bad because I don't know if I was like stick to this game for a long time.
Might makes right.
And if there's anyone who's like extremely generous enough to donate then an account upgrade, I think it would just be like a coffee donation question mark, and then I'll probably buy it once it's like once it has like a discount.
Might makes right.
Oh, 900. Mighty roll height legging. That's rare. I should see if you can trade gems, cause definitely no. I have enough to buy a account upgrade. Just don't remember if you can trade gems between players. Go get the game and check when I can afterward. Of course. Take your time. Don't be like. There's no rush. It's okay. Hello. Although I think, to my knowledge, I don't think it's possible to trade like real life currency if you don't have any expansions. Hi Nina. Even if it's not for streaming, you can just occasionally come back to it on your personal time. I'll be happy. Cool. Wait, are you gonna do? Oh, you're the one that's gonna do. Oh my god. No, wait, no. It's okay. It's okay. I'll wait for a discount. Hope Nina is doing good. Help get to trust fit more. Huh?
Stay and fight. There's nowhere to go.
Oh, now they're fighting us. Kobo likes the ball. Just got out of bed. Ooh, hope you have a nice evening then. I'm a Kobo enabler, sorry.
Might makes right.
I mean, if I can, honestly, if I can use the I'm sorry for saying this, of course, right? I feel like if I'm saying this now, I feel like I'm a greedy bold, but I feel like if I get to have like a permanent raptor mount, I would play this game a little bit more.
This place is perfect. Let's set up and fire on those ghosts.
But then again, yeah, I feel like me saying that is like just me being greedy.
Looks like we made them mad. Defend the mortars.
Defend? Oh my god, I'm only one bold. Use. Out of range. Oh, someone's killing them. Wow. Uh-oh.
Now that's a combo.
I should stay with the mortar. Jerica's gonna spoil her combos every now and then. Well, to be honest, I do love getting spoiled. Oh, I did it.
That's teamwork.
Am I doing it? Oh, there's 2.5 minutes remaining. Oh my god. Come on, come on, come on. I don't think I have enough time. Crap.
Did that hurt?
Oh.
Might makes right.
Hammer good. I miss Great Sword though. This one's pretty easy. I mean, there's 4 to protect, but there's a significantly less amount of enemies here. And they only come from one side. The Phantom Leader one is personally the armies unorganized for a time. Target's too close? Hi. Nice.
Did that hurt?
Nice. Gosh, I know I say this before, but like every time I see people referring to this little boat as her or she, just makes me so happy. Oh, gosh, I'm being weird again. I think this one is weaker, no? Oh, it's not weaker. Well, oh yeah, I have extra one here. Hmm? Mhm.
Statue! Don't let them get any closer.
Oh shit. I'm doing it. Gosh, I'm really susceptible to getting called a good girl, and then I just blush like crazy. Oh my god.
Nothing stand in our way.
I definitely feel valid as heck. I love being here. Every time I'm here, it just makes me like you guys always makes me feel so special. Like I don't get this in real life at all. I only get this while I'm streaming, so heck yeah. Am I destroying this place?
Feel the pain.
I'm destroying the walls and stuff. Oh. The ghosts of Ascalon City are gathering. Such I destroyed the central gathering points. I guess I can do that? Ghostly trebuchet on the hill. What? Destroy the ghostly trebuchet. Okay. I mean, I can do that, I guess. I'm doing all the events. Wait, am I being greedy? I mean, I'm not exactly trying to unlock the mech stuff, I'm just sort of doing all the quests I can. Bullfire's hard. Unclaimed hero points in this direction. Ooh, okay. Guess I'm going up. Escalonian battle plans? I can let them have that, right? Oh, I don't know why I did that for, but I did it. Humans lament. More battle plan?
That's it! Soon Ascalon City will be back in Char paws.
What did I do? Personal story chapter 2. I'm level 20 already? Oh my god. Collision damage, power, toughness. Let's get more power. Nice. Commune. The air crackles with a mix of magic and tragedy. The residual energy of the fall fire and its Ascalonian victims will never be truly purged. Commune with this place of power? Okay. Oh, oops. Whoa. Bonk. It's stupid, I love that big bonk. I think my signet is doing so much work here. We're level 20 now, so we can do another story mission. From how far? Never really used Scepter before, but I just feel like Scepter doesn't seem like the one that I want to use. Report to Ritlock. Use healing skills. Boop. Boop. Oh. Using profession mechanic skills. Profession mechanic skill appear above your weapon skills and they have unique effect depending on your character's profession. I don't think I can use that. Being spoiled by breaking. Use one more time.
I did it.
I did it. Oh, Volume 1 completed. Adventure Experience Award Volume 1. Take effect immediately upon received service? What happened? I suddenly leveled up. Oh my god. Hero points specializations. Specializations are now unlocked. You can now spend hero points in the training tab on specializations. Once you begin training a specialization, you can set your active specialization in the build tab of the hero panel. That's a lot of specializations. Traits are now unlocked. Spending hero points in specializations earns you traits. Once unlocked, you can select them in the build tab for your specialization. Okay. That doesn't really say anything, but I... Here? Whoa. Radiance. Gain a light aura and blind nearby foes when you activate Virtue Skill 1. Gain 80s when you are struck while below the health threshold. Lose conditions every interval. Health degenerates more slowly while down. Meditation. Cure conditions and damage nearby foes. Deal more damage if a condition is cured. Oh no. Again, figure identity for dodge roll. Eh? Subclass number 1 basically. I say subclass because but they're unique to each major class. Oh my god. Increase your healing to other allies each time you block an attack. Mace skills gain reduced recharge and their boon gain increased duration. Weapon specific? Cast lesser shield of absorption when you begin reviving an ally. Ooh. Create a symbol that gives protection to you and your allies. The end of your doctoral heal. 哎呀，骂咕溜给我看东西，他给妈妈的，你真是搞什么鸡鸡啊，烦死了！死開真的是。Right, trying to read here. Concentration. Empower now grants endurance to allies in addition to its effects. Staff skill recharge time is reduced. Oh. Aegis heals when it blocks an attack. Straightforward. Grant might to nearby allies when you critically strike. Oh. That's really good. Your Virtue skill 2 passive also regenerates endurance. What's Virtue skill? Shout skills convert conditions to boons on allies. Symbols are improved to heal allies. Gain increased vitality. Healing others is improved based on the percentage of a vitality. Oh my god. Or virtue. Virtue apply boons to allies when activated. Deal increased strike damage for each boon on you. Ooh. Ooh. Unscathed Contender. Strike damage dealt is increased while you have Aegis. Strike damage dealt is increased while you are above the health threshold. This is just good in general. Gain resolution and Aegis when disabled. The spell includes stun, daze, knockback, pull, knockdown, sink, float, launch, taunt, and fear. This is really good, no? Essentially, this is kind of like a passive of some sort. Consecrations gain increased duration. We have more new words, I'm gonna cry. Gain resolution when you activate a virtue. Resolution you grant has increased duration. Strike damage dealt is increased after activating a virtue. Are you virtue? What is a virtue? The Virtue Skill 2 removes condition from nearby allies. Virtue Skill 2's passive effect is stronger. Virtue of Oh, are you Virtue? Yeah, okay. Virtue of Justice, Virtue of Resolve, and Virtue of Courage. Okay. Ah, yeah, that's... Okay. Aegis strike damage. I mean, I kind of just want to get this. And this one is also really good. Now, I don't know what Consecration is. Let me read the Zeal again. Cast less a symbol of resolution when you are struck while below the health threshold. Sear a mystic symbol into the target area, damaging foes and granting resolution to allies. Boom. Do you increase strike damage to burning foes? Oh. Gain might when virtue skill and passive effect triggers. Gain more might when wielding a scepter. When you activate virtue skill 1 over the threshold, precision is increased. Gain increased power while wielding a one-handed weapon in your main hand. Oh, guess I'm not doing that one. Using heal skill, virtue skill is renewed when you kill a foe. Signet immobilize your target. Zealot's frame is improved. Oh my god, I don't know what to get. Holy shit. Just get this one. Click the hero button to assign specializations in your build tab. Here? Oh, can I only choose one? Lose conditions every interval, health degenerates slower more. Cure condition.
Well done. There's something happening to the north. I
Thanks?
can't tell what exactly. This Lormar must be the one behind all of this.
Focus skill grants you protection and gain reduced recharge. Focus skills? You can earn enough skill points to unlock everything eventually. So, and you'll be able to switch between them and make different builds if you want. I mean, currently there's like so many things that I can do that I just don't know what I'm doing here. Numbers? Oh my god, snake. snake. I'm being spoiled. Oh my god. Skill points aren't gonna go to waste. Well, at least that's good to know. Oh, there's a group event again? Okay, I'm going there. Hope numbers is doing good. Whoa, can I win against that? I don't know. Oh shit. Wow, I don't know what happened. There was suddenly 10,000 things killing me and I couldn't move at all. Can they save me? Oh, they're saving me! I should return to a waypoint here. I need to help. I need to help them. I'm coming. 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 I'm helping. I got you. I got you. Oh my god, I couldn't out heal them. Ow! Holy shit, this guy is crazy. He can be revived by anyone. I'm going, I'm going, I'm going.
Had me outnumbered 100 to 1. It's too late for me. Protect the king.
We'll be able to reclaim Ascalon City soon.
Yo, wait, did I get nothing out of that? Oh my god. I got nothing. Well, GG. I love this game. Imagine dying twice to a boss and got nothing. Hell yeah. I guess it happens. Yeah, that was my first and second death. Gilded Strongbox. Mighty Magician Mass of the Flame Legion. Vital Soft Wood Staff.
Achieving the life for me.
Maybe if they're close to death, just stay there and get revived by the people helping after? Maybe reviving at the teleporter mess enough for you? Probably. Combat combinations. Create combos with other players' skill in combat. Some skills like an elementalist fire flame wall creates field that cause projectile shot through them to deal additional burning damage. Check your skills to see your combo fields and combo finishes. Excuse me, what? trebuchet army crank. Crank. Oh, they sell salvage kits now.
See you.
I couldn't sell this. I don't know what they do. Oh, it's sad cobalt noises. I thought I could get something cool out of that cool boss. Considering that boss was strong as hell, I thought I could maybe like get something nice. Viewing vistas, defeating enemies, using profession mechanic skills. Is it this one? Oh, it is. Okay. I leveled up again. Oh my god. Toughness, vitality, power, precision, precision, condition. I want toughness and vitality. Oh. Is that the... Yeah, it is. It's so... What? Can I even get up there? Where'd you all come from? Wait, did you all just decide to suddenly spawn all at once? It's crazy. Oh wait, maybe I should do the story quest again. Below? Eh? Maybe I can like jump from here, question mark? Oh my god. I'm so close though. This fucking tree, I swear to God. Okay, chill. Hiya. I guess I can try getting this hero point. Yeah. Box scale? Box scale? That's a lot of box scale. Am I gonna die? I never tried, like, I never really do underwater combat. Oh, out of range. Oh, it's empty here. Is it this one and this one, I think? Simply both rapturous glory and total destruction that has transpired within. I guess I'll come in. Probably gonna die. What happened? Is that my voice? Recheck your skill, cause underwater is a whole separate hotbar. Oh. Commune with Scram. Nice Scram. Shame. Hiya, what you want 咯？麻烦真的是搞什么鬼？我都没有敢教你们在那边一直打。Report to Rick Lock in the Black Citadel. Oh, I know where Black Citadel is. Black Citadel is here. I know. I'm learning. Oh my god. I've been spoiled. It's here, right? Yeah, see, I remember somehow. Searching for the truth. Is this Ridlock? I think that picture was Ridlock. Hi, Riva.
Maybe I should change my name to Riva the Cleaver. Nah, that's awful.
That's awful. Hello.
We've got a delicate situation here, Legionnaire. Tell me what you know about your sire, and make it quick.
Name, Clement Forktail. Rank, Flame Legion Shaman. He's a notorious traitor and an enemy of the Black Citadel. Not to mention an embarrassment to me. I've broken several jaws reminding people that I'm not responsible for my father's actions.
Ooh.
I know. I've seen the incident reports. Now, Forktail wants to turn himself in. Claims he'll provide critical information on Flame Legion activities.
Oh, I did. Oh.
The catch is, he'll only turn himself into you. After all these years, he wants us to think he's seen the error of his ways.
I'll be happy to collect him for you, Tribune. Just don't expect a tearful reunion between Sire and Cub.
I expect you and your warband to handle this with your usual efficiency. He'll be waiting at the top of the wall. Bring him in. Alive. Dismissed.
Well. Oh, so Sire is my character's dad? I remember choosing that my dad is like the big traitor to whatever this Black Citadel is, right? So the game remembers. Oh my god. Yeah. Yep. Heckin' yep. Gain toughness when wielding a shield, and shoot skill gains reduced recharge. Heal yourself for a brief time. Heal yourself based on the percentage of damage dealt to enemies. Redemption. You cast less Litany of Wrath when you activate Virtue Skill Tree. I mean, I'm not using a shield, so this one is like a wasted one.
Here?
Yeah. I'm feeling kind of hungry. I kind of want food. I might play this off stream for a little bit. This game is really good at distracting my brain, honestly. Like I'm feeling I have been in a brain rot of like killing things, getting stronger, looting things, like those kind of stuff, right? I always have like a special place for games that has like you kill monsters, you get stronger, you get stat points, and then you can have your like get stronger in general, right? Something like that. And the bird is very loud. Oh, it's right outside my window, no wonder. Yeah, this kind of scratch my itch a little bit. I like it. It does make me feel distracted, and I kind of like it, and I think this is what I need for a good while. Like, I'm sorry to say that it's probably gonna take a good long weeks maybe to feel normal again, or maybe things change and it will take less time. I'm not too sure, right? But I think tomorrow is Sunday. Maybe tomorrow let's play Lunasid for a little bit, right? Because Chip bought me Lunasid and I was like, oh my god. this one. I saw Nexus play for a little bit of Lunacid, and I was like, ooh, game looks kind of cool. It has like the RPG element that I like, you know, killing things, leveling up, and gain stat points and become strong. It's something as simple as that really captures my attention, I would say. I like it. I like it when games does that. Okay. I need to continue the music. Yeah, I want my hand tracking back for a bit. Tira is very yip. Well, I do like yipping, even though I don't yip as much. As a kobold, I rarely yip though, which is kind of weird. Thank you, Dragon Mama. But one thing's for sure is that I simp Dragon way harder than any other kobold does. My simpage is too strong. Also, it's getting dark. Let me go open up the lights real quick. I'll be right back. Just a moment. I came back at the right time. You were holding your left hand up staring at it, your right hand pushed it slowly down as if saying, no staring. Imagine I control both my hands differently. I mean, that's what the fuck, brain? Isn't that normal? Wait a minute. Forget I said anything, alright? Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Wait. I'm looking at raid. Kobo need noms? Yeah. I need food. Although, let me check the DLC for Guild Wars 2 real quick. Guild Wars 2 starter pack, 86 ringgit. Hi. Explore the Crystal Desert. Wait, no, this is expansion pack. Guild Wars 2 Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire expansions, and they are 128 ringgit. Oh my god, that's so much. Holy shit. Holy shit. 128 ringgit 62 cents. How the fuck? Jesus, that's so much. I'm sorry, I'm so blown away. I didn't think it's gonna cost that much. End of Dragons 128.62. Okay, so it costs the same. Secrets of the Obscure is 110.95 cents.
Oh, it's end of stream. Well, you know that means we all gotta call Tyra a good girl. Because, honestly, she is such a good girl and a good little pet. Good girl.
Visions of Eternity expansion 117. Janthea Wilds 117. I played Stellar Blade recently, good game. Yeah, I saw you play Stellar Blade. I think it might be... I saw you play the game. I feel like...
Very good
no,
girl indeed.
Kinda doesn't
Deserves
feel
many
like my
pats
kind
and
of thing. I'll wait for a discount for this then. It costs way too much. Well, Snuggle sounds good. Gonna go, but... Whoa. I hope your night go well, everyone. Sleep well and all have a good day. Thank you, Tekken Mama. We love discounts. Yeah, we need discounts. I mean, we all need discounts before we can buy any games. Honestly, I don't think I can buy a game at its full price. Only at some specific case when I do that, like when I pre-purchase some games, like maybe Monster Hunter, most likely Monster Hunter DLC if there is one in the future, then yeah, that's a different case. I'm surprised Exo Primal is like having a lot of discounts right now. Is anyone still playing Exo Primal? I mean, it costs 32 ringgit 78 cents currently, but I don't know. The game looks cool though. A little bit sad because we're killing dinosaurs though. I'm not gonna buy that, but... Alright, there you go. Holy, I fished myself? Imagine there's actually multiple Tioras out there. You guys never know. I wanna raid Zeus. I'll raid Zeus. Yeah, I'll rate Zeus. Well, this time I'll plug my stuff. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. Coffee helps me buy food and also pay bills. Something like that. And yeah, there's also a monthly subscription for the coffee if you fancy that. As low as one, yeah, it can go like $1 per month, and that helps a lot too. So, and I also have a Discord channel. Discord good. I announce my stream stuff over there, like when stream delays or stream not happening, something like that. And Discord will be where I announce my stream stuff. Nowhere else actually. I don't think I announced my stream stuff anywhere else. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I don't know where else to promote my stream, ? Because I mean, I would wait. I mean, I would post it to Blue Sky, but my Blue Sky is too. My Blue Sky is too spicy. Like my blue sky is actually way too spicy. I don't think it's a good idea to promote my stream there. Yeah, so anyway, with that side tangent out of the way, I think I'll just announce my stream stuff on Discord. So, there's also Dragon Simping Corner in the Discord if you fancy dragons, like I do. I love dragons. They're nice, they're neat, I love them. And I think that's pretty much it. I wanna go get some food because I'm very hungry. Why am I hungry though? I actually ate so much today. I'm very surprised. It's all good. Here's the raid message. And let me type in the raid to Zeus real quick. Oh. Play RuneScape, Zeus, you heard nothing. You don't hear anything. No, play your game, Zeus. It's okay. I'm not raiding you. I'm not raiding Zeus. Night bite. Oh, I'm getting bitten. Night, bacon. Oh. Could always make a separate blue sky specifically for stream announcements. Ah, but I need 2 accounts though. Oh. Isn't that a little bit troublesome to manage 2 accounts? I mean, it is a really nice idea, and just this Kobo is extremely lazy. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so terrible, holy shit. I'll think about it. Maybe, yeah, that's a really good idea actually. Having a separate account to keep it clean and then just announce my stream stuff over there. Yeah. Mood. Well, at least I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling that way. Well, I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid. But also, an account so you can make posts about rocks. I can post about rocks on my blue sky, on my current blue sky account, no problem. Yeah, no problem actually. So yeah, before the raid though, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all... Did my brain just shut down? You guys are all valid and matters. Wow, my brain actually shuts down just now. I wonder how that happened. This is part of my brain skills where it just shuts down immediately without notice. Wow. Well, still, y'all are valid. Makes me feel special. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Zeus. Hiya. I do that, but not for streaming. Oh, for the separate account? I mean, I only have 1 account. I'm essentially horny on main. What about the people who don't like rocks? Well, that's on them if they don't like rocks, but I like rocks. And I like to eat rocks, they have good crunch. You see that little teeth that I have? It's good for rocks. I eat them. Eat the Nina. Nina is great, Nina is good. Nina tastes nice. I don't know about the last one, but Nina is great, Nina is good. Yeah. Look at that Zeus screaming. You can get raided. I like raiding to a cool dog. So tomorrow I'm gonna play some Luna set. I want to see how the game plays. I only see Nexus play for a little bit. I wanted to see more, but I didn't. So well, while the timer is counting down, I don't know what I want to say, but still, Kobo loves y'all, alright? Take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Bye bye. Take care. Take care. Take care. My brain actually shuts down so many times today. Crazy. I'm surprised. It is what it is.